seriously, I don't know how you all are doing this. Like, I don't understand how you're living life right now. And I mean this, I'm not trying to be funny. I get my government pension, and I don't really pay attention to what's going on because I have my government pension, I have my investments, I have other sources of income, but I just live out of the government pension account. Like, that's where my utilities draw from. It's where my my credit card draws from that. But now that I'm trying to take care of my kid, I have to be more mindful of the dimes and pennies. Shit, I gotta be more particular about the nickels and pennies. I don't know how some of you are surviving, and I mean that legitimately. Prices are out of control. Like, prices are crazy, and I didn't go to like a chain grocery store today. I took my daughter to Aldi, which was, sorry I'm late. She's a recluse like I am. She knows less about the world than I do because I didn't become a recluse until I was 37. She couldn't process the idea of an Aldi. I could see the wheels turning. Like, there was a lot going on in her head. But yeah, $100 between Aldi and Dollar General. $100 on groceries. And I know some people are going to knock on Dollar General. They're going to say Dollar General is normally more expensive than your local grocery store. Not in my town, they're not. In my town, they're cheaper than the town grocery store. The town grocery store is a little bit more expensive than your average market. Yeah, so easy to hit that. Live by Aldi. Aldi is great because you can go in and you can get a bunch of stuff. You can get a bunch of stuff like onion powder, garlic powder. You can get fresh fruit, bread. You can get a lot of stuff at Aldi for cheap. Your milk, your eggs. No, they're not going to have everything. Yeah, can't shop at Jewel unless it's the sale price. And, you know, it is crazy. Jewel is a grocery store up in Chicago. Jewel. Is Dominic still in business up there? Long gone? Yeah. You shop for two people and it was under $200. So you're spending $400 on groceries. That's fucking crazy. You're spending $400 a month on groceries. Those protein shakes you down are amazing. Yeah. One of the things that I have to, because I'm sick, I'm supposed to have 60 grams of chewable protein by noon. I've tried to explain to the doctor. Number one, I can't do that. I can't eat a steak and eggs every single morning. I can't. Number one, I can't digest it. Number two, I can't afford it. And I'm not trying to be funny when I say that. I literally can't afford to eat that. That's like $20 every day. Does your Zell go away? I mean, somebody else is in trouble. They're trying to get some help. People are like, I don't get it. I do not understand. I don't understand what's going on with the country. I don't get it. I do not. I do not understand. And I don't know, like, you live in a middle class area and we have food drives to help people with kids. Yeah, like, we've got some shit going on because we've got no fucking idea what's happening. Part of it's greed and opportunistic pricing tactics, but there's a reason why they can justify the increases. Yeah, I have no idea. Hold on, this person needs my email address. Trying to help people. This is why I need more money. I need more money so I can start a charitable foundation. The charitable foundation is, I literally I would love to grow my brand to the size of Asmongold's. Not because I want to be like influential or I want to be famous or any of that shit, but because I want to, I would love to have a charitable organization where people could, like, guys, I wouldn't be running no Somali daycares either. None of that shit. You said, been working through my signs in Steven money and 400 pages of exhibits. Holy hell. I'm a machine. Yeah, guys, I'm going to be a little out of it until the gears start cranking over here this morning. I meant to do a 3-hour stream last night. And I meant to do just a 3-hour stream. I was going to split it up, and no, I didn't manage to go through all of it. In 6 hours yesterday, I didn't manage to get through all of it. I got through like 37 articles, 37 exhibits, and then I was like, I fucking give up, man. Like, you've had 37 exhibits, and a bunch of them are pointless. Did it get any better? Not really. Not really. Okay, any of you smart people with Zelle? I'm gonna assume it's user error on their end. Never mind. It doesn't get any better. I will say this. The judge is probably gonna get that filing, and the judge is gonna lose their fucking mind, and the judge is gonna say, hold on, this is gonna break into a bunch of things now. We need to break this into multiple, discussions. So I'm gonna try to work on another little bit. Yeah, I have Zelle attached to my other account, and it's user error on the part of the other person, because they're like, I'm not finding you. Well, dude, put in my email, put in the email, put in the fucking phone number. That's me. That's me. Does Trump have dementia? Let me look at this post. I love that you guys feed me stuff first thing in the morning that we can just bite on. And I do apologize for trying to take care of business, but this person is fairly desperate. This person that I'm trying to help has a liquidity problem. They have money in all the places that they have money, they just don't have money in the places they need. Now that the Hormuz Strait situation is over, I received a call from NATO asking if we would need some help. I told them to stay away unless they just want to load up their ships with oil. They were useless when needed. A paper tiger. President Donald J. Trump. How do you get a call from NATO? Who calls you? Who precisely calls you? Because last time I checked, a big part of NATO was you talking to individual countries. So it was a 300-way call. Yeah, Mr. NATO. This year, I owe the government $1,600. Makes me not want to work a second job to owe them again. Yeah, you know, I'm really starting to think we're going to jump between two topics. I'm really starting to think that America is going to collapse and the world is going to collapse along with America because, honest to God, you can't work your way out of debt in America, because when you are in debt in America, you have to be in so much debt that you can itemize your taxes. And if you're not in so much debt that you can itemize your taxes, you're in debt and you're working, but you're paying taxes and you're not getting out of debt. Like, I owe the IRS money because I was an idiot and the IRS isn't set up fairly and all these things. And so I'm trying to work out of that, and you're going to keep penalizing me. But meanwhile, like 50 companies don't pay any tax. But then they somehow have money to give to the shareholders. But that the money given to the shareholders is retained profits. So if you have retained profits, what's going on? Like, what is the punchline here? Why are we not able to get some of that money out of the company before it goes to the shareholders? Because dividends are paid on retained profits. Retained profits are taxable. So we need to we need to figure that shit out. You might want to sit down for this one. There are crazy people, regardless of side or whatever, that will fanatically follow just about any public figure. Yeah, man, can I say, I'm going to show this clip. Just bear with me one more moment. This person, I'm trying to solve their dilemma. Fuck is repeat this transaction? Thank you for your patience and understanding. This particular individual that I'm trying to help, this is the individual who is a shitbag husband. They have a liquidity problem. They have money. They have little bits of money and a couple of accounts. But they can't get what they need. So, yeah, finish that YouTube video. You'll enjoy. It's a good time. Let's talk about the Pope's brother, because this is a crazy fucking story. Pope Leo's brother receives unfounded bomb threat. Cardinal Blase Kupik comments on back and forth between Pope Leo and President Trump. Police received a call for a reported bomb threat at the house of John Prevost. Out of abundance of caution, surrounding homes were notified. There were no explosives. The incident remains under investigation. Anyone with information is urged to contact the police. Yeah. How are you going to attack the Pope's brother? Like, this is what's wrong. Okay, so this is what's wrong with our society. Our society overall is terrible. We're a terrible society. We're terrible to each other. Human beings aren't good people at all. In the slightest, we're not good people. We have got to become good people. People were talking last Christmas about putting the Christ back in Christmas. I want to put the Christ back in Christian. I'm so tired of this nonsense that the Christians want to go after Muslims. Muslims want to go after Jews. Jews want to go after Christians. Jews want to go after Muslims. Muslims want to go... Stop. Just fucking stop. Like, it's ridiculous. We've got bigger problems. I'm gonna be condescending to religion for a second, even though you all know I'm very religious. I'm very spiritual. I try not to let it bleed too much into my stream. I'm gonna be blasphemous for a second. We've got more important shit to do on this planet, like making sure everybody has housing, clothing, food, access to medical care, than to argue about the imaginary best friend in the sky. Yeah, fucking Pete Hesgeth, fucking Ezekiel 25:17, the path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the tyranny of evil men. Fucking, you're quoting Pulp Fiction. And you didn't even do a good job. There is no Ezekiel 25:17. It's a fucking Tarantino. I've come to the point where perspective is just law. It's become another word for delusion. Right. I heard that he prefaced that, but it was clipped out of context. Very possible that he did. Very, very, very possible that is the deal, that he was clipped out of context, which is a big problem with people, because everybody clips everybody out of context. And what's funny, I'm gonna link my show yesterday about Ashes of Creation and Stephen Sharif, who I think was here on an alt account, brand new account, only 100 messages sent in my channel all in one day. It's one thing, right, when I get clipped out of context and somebody clips a piece of my show, sends it to Margaret or sends it to Steven or sends it to the community, and Steven's like, oh, Jay's a jackass. But when your facts get looked at in silos, which I did not do, by the way, I think everybody will agree if you were at my show yesterday, I went methodically down the way they filed it. I even said, why is this piece not up here? When you write a legal brief, you write the legal brief the same way you write a good journalism story. You write a legal brief where the most important is in the beginning and the least important is at the end. So as the judge is reading through, the judge is like, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Not so bad, not so bad. This is piddly. This is menial. I'm not even going to consider this. What you don't want to build, how you don't want to build your triangle is you don't want to build your triangle like this. Piddly shit, meaningless shit, holy shit, worthless. You want to build it your show is detailed, factual, and respectful to the truth. Yeah, absolutely. Religion needs to be used as a practical application and community outreach. Faith is so damn scary, but can it be a platform to assist community building if followed morally? Yes. Down here, there are mega churches. There are TV pastors. We have TV churches down here. Makes me want to puke in my soup. You've got people that are giving more money than they can afford. They're giving more money than they can afford to be giving because they're looking for salvation. You do not have to. If your religious beliefs somehow require you to receive absolution from an outside source, and you're a Christian, you can just Discord me. I can take your confession unless you're Catholic. I can't take a Catholic's confession. I can take a Christian, I need absolution. Fine, great. Tell me, I'll hook you up. Some of those TV pastors are creepy. I'm not even talking about the illegal stuff. Just look at them. Oh yeah, they're creepers. They're fucking creepers. And what sickens me is they make tons of money. They make ass tons of money. Literal ass tons of money. And they're not out there doing good works. If I had that kind of income, nobody in my congregation would be hungry. And I promise you that. Nobody in my congregation would ever say to me, I'm hungry, my kids don't have enough to eat. That shit would just not be happening. I'd be feeding my congregation. I'd be feeding my flock. Phil Collins has a parody song where he talks about, he's like, and I need you to send me money because I need gasoline for all of my limousines. For the Lord, for the Lord. We've got a fucked up society. We've got people, like, we have a president who took us into a war. Gas is over $4 a gallon, over $6 a gallon in some places. Who can afford that? Who can afford it? Some of those TV churches love flaunting their wealth. Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. Uh-oh, I'm gonna have to take a break earlier than I intended. I have to conserve water because I'm a thirsty camel. But we're in a situation where what the fuck is going on? What is going on? This world, it's so terrible. Yeah, Maduro, Ali Khamenei, Kim Jong-un next, or Cuba, but the problem is he's not on a roll. And here's because Donald Trump can't think more than 5 seconds in advance. Donald Trump replaced an American hater in Iran with a radical American hater whose father, wife, and child were just blown up by the United States. I don't see him being too accommodating. To American interests. We killed the supreme leader. His son is now the supreme leader. We've blown up most of their country. But with all the might the American military has, we can't open the Strait of Hormuz. How is Trump on a roll? You started a war you can't win. Every military member before me and every military member after me will have had the same strategic concern about the Persian Gulf. The Strait of Hormuz is a limfac that there is no simple answer to. We could build a canal and make Oman an island. Oman would have to agree to that. But we could make another strait like a Panama Canal. But Donald Trump's not on a roll. His people can't feed themselves. You cannot give a president kudos when his actions directly are impacting the American population. In 2025, the average American household spent $1,700 more on basic necessity cost of living goods than they had the year before. You have your 20-year anniversary this summer, and we are super hesitant to go to Puerto Rico because of the threat that Cuba is the next target. Imagine how the Puerto Ricans feel. The problem when trying to emulate the Panama Canal is that we've already threatened the situation and shown its cracks to the world. Who's going to want to be like that? You're right. It's highly unlikely that if you built a canal, Iran would be able to hit ships in that new canal. Iran doesn't have very much long-range launch capability left. If you built the canal through Oman, Iran's ability to hit ships would be very minimal. Because now you're talking about Iran having to, and this is where they're looking at, Iran would not be able to strike a ship. They'd be able to, but remember, that new canal would be wholly in Omani territorial waters. I don't think Iran is brave enough to strike a ship in Omani territorial waters. They'll strike ships in their territorial waters. I just don't see Oman and the UAE giving up that much. I don't think that canal would be possible. It's possible. No, it's possible. It's possible. It's not a smart idea, because then you'll have erosion and you'll have changed currents, but it's possible. But Donald Trump doesn't think about the long-term plan. He thinks about, well, we built a canal in Panama, we can build it in Oman as well. Like, dude, come on. I don't get it. And the thing is we don't get any better and we don't get any smarter people. And that's what's really terrifying me. Donald Trump has eliminated all of the smart people out of the equation. He's removed all of the smart people from the administration. He's removed all of the smart people from key positions in government. He's removed generals that don't agree with his agenda. The problem is you're supposed to listen to all the people that don't agree with your agenda. If you've read Donald Trump's book, The Art of the Deal, you understand that Donald Trump doesn't really understand how to make deals. Donald Trump knows how to bully the other side. Trump wants sycophants. Donald Trump wants sycophants. Which is why so much of this war is on social media. I don't remember seeing any footage or talks about military targets showing up in the front page of meme sites. The problem here is that as I say to people, there's a lot of people that confuse movement with progress. And one of the lectures, because remember, when I became a captain, I was tagged to teach young lieutenants at the base to help them do officer development. You're here, and you have to get to here. This is a really, really short amount of progress you need to make. But when I look at your workflow, and that's your workflow, and you're like, oh yeah, this project took 47 man hours, and I'm like, 47 man hours, this should have taken you 1. If it's your first time doing it, those 47 hours is your learning curve. But if you've been doing this for 6 months and it's still taking you 47 hours to do, this is movement. This is not progress. This is progress. And this is what I see in like a company like a company like Intrepid Studios. They had a lot of movement. They had an awful lot of movement. They didn't have a lot of progress. They didn't have a lot of forward movement. Who needs memes when you have global media believing AI propaganda images? That's the other problem. There was a person that showed an image of damage to a different aircraft carrier. And I was like, okay. And they were like, the USS Tripoli was damaged. And I'm like, okay. And then they said, well, this is our third aircraft carrier that they've hit. The Tripoli's not an aircraft carrier. The Tripoli is an amphibious assault ship. It's not one of our... It's a Lightning carrier. It can carry F-35s, but it's not one of our 11 aircraft carriers. And so you get people getting their news and running off at the limb for it, running off their ass with it. Yeah, the USS Lincoln has sunk 4 times, according to Iran. The issue is you had somebody report 100,000 American military personnel have died so far in the Iran war. 10% of our active duty force is dead? Really? Well, they're just not notifying America. How do you kill 10% of the US military who's not even present there and the people not find out? With the evolution of missiles and drone types underwater, do I think navies become less meaningful soon? Yes, I do. I do believe navies become less meaningful with missiles and underwater drones. And then, so here's your navy. Here's how meaningful it is. Here's your invention of underwater drones. And then this becomes a decision point. If the Navy doesn't immediately address this, the meaningfulness of the Navy decreases. If the Navy looks at this as a threat and responds to it the same way they've responded to every other threat in the changing battle space, then navies will become more meaningful for a while, and then they'll drop back to normal. Right now, navies are less meaningful, not because they don't bring an awful lot of force projection, but Iran forced the US Navy to back off. Depends on the evolution of naval vessels. They're still the greatest force projection. Yes. Aircraft carriers are the greatest force projection, except the US Navy has had to back their carriers away from Iran, what that does is, if you're not familiar, what's the big deal about having to back your carrier off? If you saw the movie Pearl Harbor, now, we launch now. We're supposed to launch 400 miles from Japan. How far are we? 625 miles. Shit. Colonel, I don't know. I just don't know if the planes can carry enough fuel to make it. But we got to put 10 more cans of fuel on every jet. But now we have to take off guns and strip them down naked. I don't know if it's going to get off the deck. It's a great movie, great scene for problem solving. The farther away the carriers have to be, the less fuel that they have available. Now, they can take off from the carrier, hit a target, refuel, come back to the carrier, or they can take off from the carrier, refuel, go deeper in, come out, refuel, and land. But then that piece adds on another component. The component is, well, you have to have refuelers available. We also noticed another problem, and that, let me see if I can grab the picture. There was an issue where Donald Trump has said, we've destroyed all of Iran's F-4s. We've destroyed all of Iran's F-4s. They have no air capability. Except Iranian F-4s were seen flying the Pakistani delegation back to Pakistan. Donald Trump doesn't know the art of the deal. He knows the art of the lie. I'd put more missile destroyers as the most precision strike system. Tomahawks are incredibly expensive. Well, Tomahawks are the most precision strike system we have. They are incredibly expensive, though. We have burned at least $1 billion. In order to replace all the Tomahawks we've used at least 850. It's going to cost us between $1 and $3 billion to replace all of the Tomahawks we used. That's a lot of money. And that's a big amount. That's a big amount of money. That's why I said the other day, and I offended some people, Iran right now is winning the war financially. Iran has caused millions and billions of dollars worth of damage to KC-135s, thanks to Kuwait, F-15s. They've shut down an F-15. They've shut down an A-10. We've either destroyed or they destroyed 2 C-130 Hercules and 4 helicopters while on the ground. They've blown up $1 billion radar system, a $400 million radar system. That's them winning the war. Every interceptor we fire is $500,000. We're using $500,000 to destroy a $20,000 drone. Even if they destroy our drone, that they cost us $480,000 in the finance column. I think massive carriers may eventually meet the same fate as battleships and get phased out. The reason why lots of countries have battleships, we just don't have any. Well, they have ships that I guess nobody has the big crazy ass battleships. The trick to that becomes everybody else got rid of their battleships because there's no point to them. Because naval power has become naval air power. Yeah, the giant battleships, there's no point to those anymore. They're useless because those were meant for ships to fight ships at ship engagement range. Well, now we run the philosophy of we run aircraft, and aircraft take out the ships outside of ship-to-ship combat range. But we have smaller ships that can take care of ship-to-ship combat if necessary. But that represents such an incredible small amount of budget. So do we look at total cost or look at percentage of total military budget loss? But you got to remember, Nix, it's not a small cost when you talk about this. We've burned $200 billion bombing Iran. Because of military changes, Donald Trump wants to increase the base military spending from $800 billion to $1.5 trillion. That means we're going to see an uptick in $700 billion go towards the military, which means some programs are going to get cut or we're going to go further in debt. And remember, this $1.5 trillion is just the operations budget. I'm sorry, that's just the OTE budget, the organized, train, and equip, the payroll, the pension, the healthcare. That's not the operations budget. That's to stock your projected stock levels of armament. When you start using that, you need replacement bills to say, we burned $4 billion in ordnance. We need $4 billion more out of the government. The government is so in debt right now anyway, and we run this country about as well as John Moore and Stephen Sharif ran Ashes of Creation's budget. Increasing the military budget further seems like an absolute waste. Yes. You have got to have, like, it's kind of simple. If you have $100, you have $100 you can spend until you get to zero. But in America, we have $100. We spend $100 and we get to zero. And then we spend another $100 and we get to negative 100. And then when we get next year's $100, we forget to pay back what we owe. We've got to have a 3-year moratorium in this country where we need to pass a law that says we cannot increase the deficit by 1 penny for 3 years. Because what we need to do is we need to have fiscal year 2027 run, and it needs to run based on 2025's income. And then we've got to have fiscal year 2028 run based on 2025's income. Then we have 2029 run based on 2026's income. And now, when all of the shakeout has happened and we've been forced to tighten the belt and we've been forced to make cuts, now we can run 2030's budget on what we brought in 2028. Look, in 2028, we brought in this much money. The money that was brought in 2029 is going to go to the national debt. Where would you make cuts to the budget? Military, welfare programs? Unfortunately, cutting the military isn't a good idea because the military is an awful good upward mobility avenue for impoverished and less fortunate, less opportunity having people. Unfortunately, I would do exactly with the government what Elon Musk was trying to do, except I'm not Elon Musk and I'm not dumb, and I know what needs to be cut. I know in government contracting, cutting what turns into one. I think what Elon started with a lot of things was amazing. Why do we have 500 subscriptions to the same periodical? We don't need 500 subscriptions to the same periodical. We need 5 subscriptions to it. We don't need to have subscriptions left, right, and center for the same thing. We need to have copies of it that we can put in the archive. We don't need to be trying to solve all the problems at the national level. Some of these problems need to be solved at the state level. But my state, and this is ridiculous, you have a state I can't even begin to explain to you how fucked my state is. Illinois Policy Institute roadmap to stop looming $21 billion in deficits. Illinois Forward offers spending caps, right-sized government, pension reform, and pro-growth policies to put Illinois on a sustainable fiscal path. Illinois is projected to face nearly $21 billion in budget deficits during the next 5 years, with expenditures growing by 20%, while revenues grow only by 11%. The U.S. can continue as long as we hold enough economic and military clout that other countries continue to buy our debt, except other countries don't buy our debt. We've got to stop that narrative too. The majority of the debt that America has is debt to the American people. Some of the problem we have is with bookkeeping. We report Social Security obligations against the national budget, but Social Security isn't paid against the national budget. It's paid against the Social Security Trust. If the government would put the money back into the Social Security Trust that it's borrowed at no interest and put the trust into an interest-bearing fund, that fund would generate surplus every year. And instead of draining that surplus to pay for other shit, just leave the Social Security Trust to collect interest. And then when it gets to a dollar amount that's high enough that it becomes self-sufficient, you can start walking back the Social Security taxes which is better than giving somebody a raise. It is better to walk somebody's taxes off of their back than it is to give them more money, because when you give them more money, you give them more taxes. More money equals more tax. More tax equals less money. Less money equals more money. Like, I got a raise and I'm making the same. Nothing changes or gets better in America until we actually drain the swamp. Yeah, this is true. There is so much waste in the government because there can be. Because there aren't mechanisms and procedures in place to put guardrails and guide rails and penalties and consequences to it. If there's no consequences to bad behavior, then why would anybody ever change? Seems like the U.S. has run into the issue of many historical nations' empires. The country has simply become too centralized for its size. Why care about the city of thousands of kilometers away when the capital is doing great? Right. That's the problem. Trump was like, drain the swamp, and I believe he was being honest and truthful. What we didn't know is the swamp is the name of his dick, and he was intended to drain it all over the populace. The problem with trying to drain the swamp is that you have to have a political party that somehow can fund itself without lobby and special interest groups, big corporations. Like, if I thought that there was a chance in hell of me winning an election, I would run for some level of government. But there's no chance I win. Would probably add more tax brackets and close many loopholes with profits moved out of the country without being taxed in the US. Yeah, I would close loopholes. Absolutely. But and as you've seen on my constant, I keep it lined up. My first and foremost concern, right? My first and foremost concern in terms of taxes is stop wasting money, balance the budget, then talk about raising taxes. I am not defending billionaires here. And people can't understand that when you advocate for a point of view, it doesn't necessarily mean you're advocating for the people. You're arguing for the point of view. Why should rich people want to contribute more when they watch their contributions being pissed away? How about when the government is shut down, income tax stops as well? How about when the government shuts down, first and foremost, every senator and every representative is sequestered into the Capitol? How about we remodel the Capitol building so there's 435 beds and there's you get the same level of privacy people on a naval ship get? If you all let the government shut down, you are sequestered to the Capitol building, and when you want to take a break, you share a room that's the size of a single bedroom, but there's 12 bunks in it. That's all the space you get. You and 11 of your colleagues share the equivalent of a 181 square foot bedroom. How about you don't get paid when the government is shut down, Congressman? There should be 2 tax brackets, under 115% of the regional poverty level, 15% of the regional poverty level tax. No, you can, those are just bullshit numbers. Those numbers don't generate enough wealth for the country. It's easier to say if you don't make $31,200 a year, you don't pay any taxes. No Social Security, no FICA, no FUTA, nothing. If you decide that $31,200 is your universal basic income, then you start by saying nobody making that amount of money or less. They aren't paying TSA, but the upper management that messed up everything is still getting paid. Right, exactly. I saw somebody mention it. We could fix a lot of the problems with the IRS is if the IRS, since they already know what you're supposed to give them, why can't we change it so that at the end of the year, you click on the button, you go in and you say, this is what I owe. This is what I owe. No, you make a mistake on your taxes and then you get audited, you get penalized, you owe back interest. What I said once was I got audited. It was nice and easy. I had forgotten to kick my YouTube channel over to the company. And I got audited because when they sent me that money, it's earned income. So I took that money and I put it into my IRA because it was the last time I was going to have earned income. Threw it in my IRA. So I get the tax saver credit. Well then, because I had earned income, I have the earned income child tax credit. But because I only earned like $1,500, it's all of it. And then, because my daughter went to preschool, I was able to take the dollar amount that I paid in preschool and deduct it from my earned income. So I got the earned income tax credit and zero liability because I didn't earn enough to cover all of her preschool, and I put it into my IRA. When I got audited, the guy said, you can't do that. I said, according to this right here, you can. According to this right here, you can. According to this right here, you can. Because in nowhere in that particular year does it say less something else. He looked at it. He took out the book. He looked at it. He said, you're good for this year. Don't ever fucking do it again. Okay. In Sweden, you get your taxes pre-filled in, and you just have to look it over online, see if the numbers are reasonable, and click accept. What do you think about political spending being protected by free speech, making uncapped in many scenarios? Does this assist in making it impossible for someone like you to not be president? Yeah, because I want you to think about it this way. I say on this show a lot, if you have to ask yourself, am I living in a fascist country? You already know the answer. If you have to have thousands of pages of campaign finance law, then you already know what the punchline to the problem is. Money buys elections. We already know that. Money buys elections. So if we know that we have rules on lobby groups campaigning, we have rules for PACs, we have rules for special interest PACs, we have rules for individual donations, we have rules for fundraisers, then what you're really saying is we know money impacts elections. So how do we keep it fair? And the answer is this: you don't. Because you already know that the Republican representatives are going to have access to more money than the Democratic representatives. What you have to do is you have to have it equal. And equality is equity of access. Like, look, I don't want to take money out of the hands of the rich and give it to the poor. I want to take money out of the hands of the rich and fix the systems so that everybody benefits equally. And if you don't have equality of access, then you know you have a problem. The U.S. has too many laws in general. Since you go by the letter of the law instead of the spirit of the law. Well, we don't. We go by the letter and the spirit of the law. Many of your court cases would be laughed at over here, even if a loophole was technically found, because the loophole does not adhere to the spirit of the law. Well, and what you have to remember, though, is that is the government that we have decided. That is what we've worked for. You're right that we have loopholes to our laws, but your judges, and I don't want to say your judges, in some European countries, they don't follow jurisprudence. They don't follow the judges setting precedent through judicial interpretation. Our Supreme Court is a very, very unique feature among nations. Many nations have multiple levels because they've built their court systems modeled off of the United States. But our Constitution is written empowering our judicial system to interpret the law. The legislative writes the laws, the executive enforces the law, the judicial interpret the law. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of a judicial branch that can interpret law. At its face value, I'm not a fan of that. And the reason why I'm not a fan of that is because there are interpretations based on commas. The First Amendment radically changed due to a comma. This comes down to what societies consider moral right and wrong. It's not something definitive. It generally works well as long as society at large is healthy. Right. Therein lies the big rub. The U.S. Constitution works as long as the people playing the game have the intent of being good, moral, righteous, upstanding people. So what happens when the Supreme Court is bought and sold and becomes 100% politicized like everything else in this country? Now you're finding the problem. Supreme Court justices serve for life. Their views don't adapt to life. Because if you have baby boomers on the Supreme Court, they're going to be baby boomers the whole time they're there. Even if you got in, the pushback would be insane. Yeah, even if I got in, the pushback would be absolutely insane. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Nothing I'd be able to do. Because I am corrupt. Nobody higher up would trust you because they have nothing on you. Right. And that is, what I will share is, when I was in the military, I didn't have a lot of military friends. I didn't have a lot of peers and colleagues because I don't like to mix my personal life and my professional life. And the reason why is I'm not there to cover up for people. I'm not there to be friends. What I am there to do is I am there to do my job. I found corruption. I found civilian employees writing in pencil their time off, getting their time card signed, and then erasing the pencil and making a photocopy and filing the photocopy so that the erasure marks don't show up. So they don't come into work on Wednesday, and when their boss looks at their timesheet, it shows that they took leave. And then they got all mad and offended when I got put in charge of signing timesheets, because the first thing I did is, nope, take all these back. I said, you have entries in pencil. I don't sign anything in pencil. And then they got upset, and they're like, what? I was like, I don't sign anything. If there's any entries in pencil on your timesheet, I don't sign it. I sign, you wrote it in pen, I sign. If it's in pencil, it's a draft. I don't sign drafts. And then they went and fixed it. And what was funny was, I said, thanks. And I put them in an envelope, and I set them on the side, and they're like, oh, you're going to sign them? Yeah, but I'm going to sign them when I file them. I'm going to sign them as I walk over to payroll department. I'll sign them. I'll make a photocopy. I'll file them. I'll get the file number. I'll write the file number in pen, and I'll put them in your boxes. They're like, oh, we usually take care of that. No, I do. That's my job. They got mad because I broke up their little free leaf scam. The flip side to term limits, SCOTUS, is that you'll be a constant reinterpretation of the laws and a constant cycle of overturning previous rulings. It'd be worse than the next president's repealing previous president's executive orders. Not necessarily, because really there's a piece missing. There's a piece missing in the Constitution. So the legislative branch passes a law. It goes to the executive. He signs it. It becomes law. He now enforces that. When it gets challenged in the courts, eventually going to the Supreme Court, and they make a ruling which interprets the original law. The final piece to this that I would add in the Constitution is that after a Supreme Court ruling changes a law, the legislative branch must pick up that ruling and modify the original law to the Supreme Court's ruling. Or, ready? Watch as I make one tiny little change to our process that changes everything. Just watch this little change and how fast it would change the bullshit in America. The legislative branch passes a law. The Supreme Court gets that law and rules it constitutional or unconstitutional. If it's ruled unconstitutional, the legislative branch gets the law back with the Supreme Court's read and ruling and interpretations and says you can't do that because of this, that, and the other. Then, when it comes through the second time, if it's constitutional, the president can veto it or the president can pass it. Look at what I've just changed and made it so that cases don't take 20 years to get to the Supreme Court. New law comes out, before it can go to the president, the Supreme Court has to review it and rule on it. This is Benjamin Franklin's idea that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I would rather fix the issue. An uncorrupt president probably wouldn't go so far, even if they got 2 terms. But there are systems in place to make sure that type of person doesn't get the chance more than likely. You're right. An uncorrupt president won't get very far because the president at the end of the day can't do much. Although President Trump is certainly showing us the flaws in the system. Supreme Court would need to be bigger to handle that workload. No, it wouldn't. It would. The Supreme Court would be overworked in its first couple of years when you make that change. But remember, if you were to make sure laws are constitutional before they're imposed, in the first couple of years, you would have overlap between the Supreme Court ruling laws as they're passed and the Supreme Court hearing cases of the old style that have been elevated. But eventually you're going to have less cases making it to the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court is going to say, you have failed to put forth a good argument for why this is unconstitutional because we already went through it with a fine-tooth comb before it became law. And when that law became law, precedent is out the window because it's a newly written law. It has to be newly interpreted. The Supreme Court would finally get back to doing what it's supposed to be doing. And instead of ruling on the constitutionality of law only, the Supreme Court has turned into ruling on other judges' rulings. Judges should not be appointed by the president. Judges should be appointed by the Supreme Court, ratified by Congress. The executive should not have any play in who becomes judges. It politicizes into a bipartisan system, the judicial system. And we need to get away from that. We also have to make it feasible for a poor person to bring a Supreme Court case. Because as it is right now, it is
very, very, very expensive for an individual to bring a case all the way to the Supreme Court. I get why the Supreme Court is the way it is, but they shouldn't be needed to sit down every day. They shouldn't be needed to verify whether or not a federal law works and then let them off to the day job. Yeah, the problem is the Supreme Court can already decide what cases they're going to hear and what cases they're not going to hear. We need the Supreme Court to be honestly striking down these actions that are driving us into worse straits. Donald Trump was told your tariffs are illegal, so now he uses a different thing of doing tariffs. Federal government passes a lot of laws. Vast majority you never hear about, though. You're right, the federal government does pass an awful lot of laws, which I don't understand because the federal government isn't supposed to be ever expanding in their power. The federal government is supposed to pass laws that allow it to do the things it's specifically allowed to do by the Constitution. What we have now is the federal government is kind of like running on autopilot. It's the federal government is like Dollar General. It's ever expanding and nobody knows how or where or why. And then you have admins like the current ones that focuses many emergency orders, executive orders. We have executive orders. I think, again, we need to change the process. If the president needs to pass an executive order, then it should be reviewed within 60 days by Congress, and Congress either says, yes, this is an issue, we will pass a law that addresses the lack of clarity, or Congress will say no, and we're telling the president that this executive order is no good, it's not law, it's not binding. The executive orders should only be giving clarity to the executive branch on how they will execute new laws, especially laws that change things in the middle of a fiscal year. This is your further clarity. This is your further direction. Right? If you need that, you can give it. And if not, we're kind of fucked. And that's our problem. We're getting fucked all the way around. We're not passing laws that make anybody's life any better. We're passing laws so that Congress looks busy. We're gonna have this $108 billion or $108 trillion infrastructure improvement project. Why? We don't have $105 trillion. We don't have it. We're only going to do 100 billion of critical infrastructure.
There's nothing in the Constitution that says the President of the United States gets to start a war and wage a war for 60 days.
Yes, there is. There is something in the Constitution that says that. The thing that says that is the War Powers Act of 1973, which came about because the people in government used their governmental roles to do what they needed to do. The government, the Constitution authorizes the government, the House of Representatives and Congress combined to do what they need to do. That's where the approval comes in. Because Congress has the main goal of enriching themselves and get paid on the front end and on the back end for any major bill they pass. That is probably true. At some point, you need to start removing and condensing your laws. You're not wrong. You are not. You are not wrong. We do need to start doing that. That is absolutely true. That is 100% absolutely true. We do have too many laws. We have absolutely too many laws. We have laws that are still stacked on top of each other. There is no path where we don't leave everything until it's too late. I don't disagree with you, to be honest. We are kind of in the point where we're kind of at that junction. Congress is also keep passing major revisions of the Patriot Act, as well as give further powers to the president in addition to their wartime powers. That is another problem. You know, that is a problem. Congress needs to not, we need to not keep passing addendums. We need to pass full new Patriot Acts. I've shown it on the show before where it'll be like a whole section. It'll be like, change this semicolon to a comma. Just pass the whole law again. Is it true that you only have an approximation on the number of laws you have? No, we know how many laws we have. We know how many laws we have. It's legislative, and that legislation is backed constitutionally, but it's not direct constitutional assertion. He's being disingenuously factual in order to deceive. Right. And that's the problem.
Without authorization for Congress. The Constitution says the opposite. If you're going to wage a war, you need authorization first. You don't get to wage a war for 60 days without congressional authorization.
Well, yeah, but you don't know what the War Powers Act is. Because when I search it up, it gives me a range of 15,000 to 50,000, which makes little sense. Right, but what you have to understand is a law gets passed, because a bill gets passed. A bill gets passed, and it's got a section called agriculture. But it didn't create any new laws. But it had 19 edits to other laws. So do you count that as 19? Or do you count that as, if 5 edits go to one bill, that's 14? Because it's a matter of interpretation. But let me say it like this. When you have 15,000 pages of gun control law, it's probably a good indication that somebody needs to sit down with the 15,000 pages of gun control law and just rewrite it all. And literally just say, hey, this doesn't make much sense as written. Let's take these 7 laws that are contradictory, put them all into a new bill, and then strike down these other 7 laws. Probably makes a lot more sense to do it that way.
Unsafe truckers taken off the road nationwide. The local company now facing brand new accusations. The U.S. Department of Transportation targeting fraudulent trucking companies, an effort to keep commercial drivers and everyone else on the road safe. Earlier this year, a 3-day enforcement operation took nearly 2,000 unqualified truck drivers and vehicles off the road. And now allegations against a suburban company are coming to light. Casey Cronus has the latest from Elmhurst.
An Elmhurst company is at the center of a federal class action lawsuit that alleges drivers are underpaid and forced to push their limits behind the wheel. Super Ego Holding, based in Elmhurst, is being sued by several drivers for breach of contract, civil conspiracy, and deceptive business practices. There are 12 named plaintiffs, but nearly 800 others have also joined the suit. The lawsuit, originally filed in 2022, alleges the company engaged in a widespread, long-standing scheme to defraud semi-truck drivers and steal part of their compensation.
It turned out that many of the drivers had actually received rate confirmation sheets, which are two-page documents that come from freight brokers and memorialize the price of the load that they hired for Super Ego. They said that they had obtained real rate confirmations from the freight brokers listing one price, and Super Ego had sent them secretly altered rate confirmations reflecting a lower price.
Attorney Chris Wilmus, who represents the drivers, says they were promised 88% of the revenue from each load they hauled, but claims the company was skimming off the top.
The drivers allege that they were paid less than 88%. They also allege that Super Ego charged them more than their contract allowed for the price of fuel.
In some cases, he says it resulted in a negative balance on their paycheck.
Certain drivers allege that Super Ego would allow them to reset their clocks so they could drive over the DOT limits. And I think there are some drivers that felt the pressure to do that just so they wouldn't end up with a negative paycheck.
Super Ego has also been accused of acting as a so-called chameleon carrier, trucking companies with violations that shut down and reopen under different names. And now the U.S. Department of Transportation is weighing in. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration says it is taking aggressive action to root out chameleon carriers for the threat they pose both to American families on the roads and the integrity of our trucking industry. Our hardworking and law-abiding carriers deserve a system that is fair, transparent, and free from bad actors who cut corners and cause chaos. We've made several attempts to reach Super Ego Holding for comment, but have not received a formal response. An employee I spoke with over the phone told me we had the wrong number, and emails to the company's founder have gone unanswered. In Elmhurst, Casey Cronus, Fox Chicago.
So that's a huge problem right there. Number one, chameleon carriers. We have this problem in the Department of Defense. You have a contractor who violates a safety standard. And so what we do is we strike them from being able to get contracts. Because they're on a job site, we walk up to them, they have a safety infraction. You have 3 safety infractions, you're kicked off the job. Because, and we're not talking about like OSHA safety standards. We're talking about like, you haven't pulled a hot permit and you're welding near fuel transfer lines. You want to blow us all up? What the fuck are you doing? You have to have a hot permit for this because we have to suspend operations, have the fire department out here. There's a lot of shit we need to do if you're going to be welding. It's not that we can't do it, it's that you didn't coordinate it. Here's your sign. Well, then what happens is you give this company their 3 write-ups, and then they can't get any more jobs, and they know this, so they create another company in the database with all the same people. The same owner, same everything. They just create a new name. And unless you have, because we have so much turnover, unless you have somebody that recognizes the name, you say, wait a minute, we suspended these people. Your grandpa used to get sick of that shit. He would refuse to service those carriers. He owned the only truck tire repair shop that would do roadside calls for 300 miles. So it was a huge problem for them. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. Like, what I'm going to say is that if you're a truck driver, you should never get a negative paycheck. Because there needs to be, you know, you're going to go from here to here, right? And you know that you're going to need X gallons of fuel approximately because you might get stuck in traffic, you might have slowdown, you might have, so there's going to be X, Y, and Z. So the trip needs to be time, right? And equipment and fuel. And if the rate isn't factoring in the fuel, then that's a huge problem. So then when you go to pay your guy, here's the time, and you give them 88% of that, right? And here's the equipment, and you give them 88% of that. And here's the fuel, and you give them 100% of that. you give them 100% of the fuel factor because that's not something you should be taking a markup on. But where we get the issue is people talk about greed. I'll take my 4%, but I'll only take my 4%. That's why if you ever win the huge amount of fucking lottery and you don't know what to do with it, call me. I'll take 4%. I'm outright looking you in the face and saying my fee is 4%. I'm gonna take 4%. You win $100 million, I'm taking 4. But I'll make sure that none of the other people that you engage with take more than their fair share. Period. Dot. We don't have to be greedy. We don't have to. These companies don't have to have this level of fucked up greed. People in there, some people like just don't want to listen.
Unsafe truckers.
They don't get it. They do not get it. Let's pop this one. That's some active anti-employee workforce hostility shit. Yeah. It's because we are not in a time where it's not how many millions you can make in a year. It's about how many billions you can make. You know, you're right, but this is a really big problem that we have. And it's why I'm never going to be popular. Because in order for people to understand a big part of the problem, they have to understand that the problem starts with them. And I say the problem starts with the people because the people are illiterate and ignorant and uneducated and unmotivated to fix the first three. I wish that there was an amazing, easy way to wave my hand and make people understand. But people will say to me, well, it's the billionaire's fault. And I'll say, how exactly is it the billionaire's fault? And they'll say, well, if the billionaires weren't greedy. And what I say to them is, the billionaires aren't taking any money from you because they're not taking physical hard currency out of circulation and putting it in a bank or putting it in, into a vault like Scrooge McDuck. Scrooge McDuck is very, very bad for a capitalistic society because he's got all of the money out of circulation into a vault. He's not making any money, making any interest on it. It's not being lent out to people. It's not being going out through fractional lending. But Elon Musk is not Scrooge McDuck. Elon Musk's money is in banks and the stock market. First of all, the money in the stock market isn't even money. It's potentially money. It's potential money. But there's a ton of liability there. But people are like, oh, well, the rich people are taking money out of the system. But they're not. And that's the first thing we need to fix. I think both parties are to blame. If you get a billionaire, if you are a billionaire and people under you are getting paid next to an unlivable wage, I think that is wrong and not legal. The workers are at fault because they will work for next to nothing. Well, you know, you're right. I mean, you're not wrong. But where the rub is that that guy just burned down a warehouse because he said he wasn't getting a livable wage. But then you find out he was making $23 to $26 an hour. $23 to $26 an hour. The issue here is if $23 to $26 an hour isn't enough to live on, you might be the problem. As I showed the video the other day, the woman who says it's not that you don't have enough money to live, it's you don't have enough money to live the lifestyle you want. And that is a really important point that you can't bring up with people because then they think, oh, you're just on the side of the billionaires, which is a ridiculous bullshit response. I told you, I volunteered my time in a financial assistance facility where all you had to do to get help from us was bring in your last 3 paychecks, your last 3 bank statements, your last 3 utility payments, and your checkbook. Because then we went through your checkbook, we went through your utility payments, we went through food, housing, all that stuff. And then we would find the majority of people didn't actually need financial assistance. What they needed was financial spending help. Yeah, it depends on where you're living, but that amount should get you by in many places. That amount should get you by just about everywhere. $23 to $26 an hour should get you by just about everywhere. Because people are doing this shit where they're like, rent is $2,400. Okay. If rent is $2,400, then your utilities are probably going to be $3, right? Food right now, I'm going to say for a single person, realistically, I'm going to put food at $500 a month for right now. So you've got rent, you've got utilities, you've got food. We're going to throw $200 on there for personal incidentals. And we'll throw a car payment on there of $250. Well, we'll say $350. So $550 total for car insurance. And gas is going to cover it. Well, we're going to have to make incidentals $300 now. Because gas price, we're going to have to cover that. So $2,400 plus $300 plus $500 plus $550 plus $300. That means you need to be making $4,050 a month after taxes. Which means you need to be making $48,600 a year. Which means you need to be making $23 an hour. But of course, $23 an hour. $2,400 a month. Hold on. Work with me. I'm not saying $2,400 is the amount I would put down for rent. I'm saying what people are saying rent is $2,400. So now 23 times 1.3. So you need to be making $29.90 an hour. If you walked in, there is no health insurance or retirement, which are both important. Slow down. We're not there yet. $29.90 a month. If you're not making that, then you have a problem. You have a problem right here. This is a you fucking problem. Because you need to be making $29.90 an hour to live at that rate. But when people keep doing this, ready? They keep doing this shit over and over and over for rent. Why the fuck are you paying that on rent? Why are you paying $2,400 a month on rent? That's the question. If you're paying $2,400 a month on rent, then that means you should be living in a place where you don't need a car. Because what you should have done is you should have done a mental check to say, if I live there, then I can get to work, the market, school, whatever, all by foot. Because I'm choosing to have a higher than necessary rent so that I can dump a $550 car. Now we're going to start talking about, this is where I get very controversial. I don't think people should live in a dirty place with roaches, bed bugs, leaky roof to get rent cheap or live somewhere hostile. Let me stop that bullshit right here. I'm going to stop that bullshit right off the bat. My daughter has a 3-bedroom apartment for $975 a month. 3-bedroom apartment, $975. My former nanny lives in the same apartment complex, 1-bedroom apartment, $650 a month. People are telling you their rent is $2,400 a month. We have to drill down into that. When your rent equals your when your rent equals a mortgage payment, you're dumb. That's where people are missing. They say, oh, well, I can't find a place around here for less than $2,400 a month. You're not a fucking tree. You don't have roots. Pick your ass up and leave. Pick your ass up and leave and go somewhere other. Go somewhere else. Go get an apartment somewhere other so that you can reduce your rent so that you can then have savings. Because the problem starts with it's easy for people to blame, oh, the company doesn't pay me enough. Walmart can't afford to pay their employees much more than $1 more an hour. Walmart had 2.1 million employees. If they paid every employee $1 more an hour, right? That would be $4.3 billion. Give me one moment. I will be right back. All right, sorry about that. So yeah, Walmart is a terrible example to use. People look at only the gross revenue and think they can afford to double or triple employee pay, but operates on a very low net profit, 2 to 3%. Their total revenue comes from the massive volume of products they move. You're right. And therein lies the big problem. People will look at Walmart and they will say, Walmart could afford to pay people more. And it's like, no, you're looking at Walmart's revenues, not their profits. And as a lot of people that have never run their own business, you have revenue minus costs equals profits. And this is what companies pay taxes on. And I understand I understand people's point to this. If companies only have to pay taxes on the profits, then why do individual citizens have to pay taxes on their income? And it's not an unfair talking point. But the trick you have to remember is, if a company had to pay taxes on its revenue, companies would have a lot less jobs. Companies would have a lot less products on the shelves. Kroger is an example of what happens when you raise wages too high. They shut down stores. Yeah, you had $700 million in product saves when you worked for security for CVS, and you still got laid off. Right. It's a broken system. But it's a broken system because how can you, and Bernie Sanders can talk all day long, and what Bernie Sanders says sounds right. What Elizabeth Warren says sounds right. We're going to tax the wealthy, and it's going to create $4.4 trillion in tax additional monies that we can spend on Americans. Right. However, no, that's not true, Wolfgar. That's not true at all. Because I make a purchase for $50 at the store, and then I get sales tax on. This goes to the state right away. This, right, becomes 50 minus cost equals $19 in profit. The company pays tax on that. The customer doesn't cover the tax to the company. The sales tax is a tax levied by the state on the consumer, not on the company. Sales tax in America isn't the company's tax obligation. It's the consumer's tax obligation, which is another essential point of why I get poor people. I understand their plight. I'm going to type this piece because my hands kind of hurt. So I get the poor people plight. Taxed when I make it. Taxed when I made it, right? This is what poor people, struggling people, I won't say poor people. This is what struggling people say. I was taxed when I made it. I'm taxed when I spend it. I'm taxed when I save it. I'm taxed on my property yearly. I'm taxed on my personal prop one way or other. So I'm taxed when I made it. I'm taxed when I spend it. I'm taxed when I save it. I'm taxed on my property. I'm taxed on my personal property, either through like a registration for my license on my license plate, or some states have personal property taxes. And I'm taxed on it when I die. When 100% agree with this idea. We are taxed too much. I get it. It's rough. But what you got people doing is you got people comparing corporate taxes to personal taxes. Like, if you wanted to save a bunch of money, you could start a side hustle. But a lot of people don't want to start a side hustle. Now, my side hustle doesn't generate any money. What profits $177 billion? If they paid $2 more, they would still be very green. Right, but the problem is you're saying Walmart would be very green if they paid $2 more an hour, but they didn't have $177 billion.
Dance.
So what I'm going to do is this is the exact problem that we have. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to put this on the screen because I'm not picking on you, but this is the problem. What you said was Walmart profits $177 billion. No, they don't. They don't have $177 billion in profit. No, they do not. Walmart had $19.44 billion in income. What you're doing is you're falling victim to not understanding what words mean. Walmart reported a net income of $19.44 billion. They generated $681 billion in total revenue. Okay. The problem is, as I said, revenue does not equal profit. Walmart had $19.44 billion in profit. You said 19 billion and 170 billion of that. Yeah, first of all, they didn't even have any of these numbers that you're talking about. Okay, they didn't have any of those numbers. This is their number. So, as I said, okay, people see that $681 billion in total revenue number, and they mistake revenue with profit. Revenue isn't profit. Revenue is the money that I bring in. Paradox last year had 4,300 in revenue, and I had 4,450 in expenses. I ran at a negative last year for PGN. First time in a long time I've run as negative. It says, okay, it's, first of all, you keep saying it says. Look at what's on the screen. Okay, look what's on the screen. There's not a 177 billion anywhere on the screen. They don't have a fucking number for 2026 yet. We're in 2026. We're in the fiscal year ending 2025. We don't have Walmart's ending fiscal year for 2026 yet because we're still in the middle. Tax season ended 2 days ago. I'll look up your number just to see. So this year, Walmart reported a net income profit of $21 billion. That is your number. You keep going to the reported a gross profit and a total revenue. Okay, again, I'm going to, hold on. Just because I want to make sure I give you the right number. I want to make sure I give you the absolute because I don't think you're getting it. So I want to make sure that I give it to you exactly. Gross is top. Minus costs, expenses equals net. Net is retained profits. You're looking at this number. Stop it. That number isn't the number you want to look at. Revenue, gross profits, those aren't the numbers you want to look at. You want to look at net. You want to look at the net profit. That gross minus all of my expenses, gross profit, or net profit. You threw me off there. Gross profit minus cost of goods equals gross profit minus operating expenses is net profit. This is the only number that you want to look at. Net profit, retained income, retained profit. That is it. You're saying they could pay more money out of this 177 billion. No, they can't. This is the number that they can pay out of. As I said, 2.1 million employees, $1 more an hour is $4 billion plus for every dollar they give. Could Walmart afford to give all their employees another $1? Yeah, they could. But they could only do that, and then that shortens the length of time that company remains profitable. Could Walmart afford to give every employee a $1,000 bonus? No, you can't fudge the net profit. I mean, yeah, you can fudge any profit. You can fudge profit. You can cook your books. I mean, we've seen a great example of cooking your books through Intrepid Studios ledgers. But remember, Walmart is a publicly traded company. Walmart's a publicly traded company. As a publicly traded company, you can lie to your customers, you can lie to your employees, you can lie to the media, you can lie. You cannot lie to your investors. The report you give to your investors better be spot on. Blizzard got caught doing this a few years ago by the SEC. Yeah, and that's the trick. So we do 2.1 million more employees, right? And we do $1 based on a full-time year. And so what we end up with is $4.3 billion. But then you have to add on to that $4.3 billion employment taxes, which becomes $1.68 billion. They pay another $300. If they give all the employees $1 an hour raise, they pay another $300 million. Who shops at Walmart? I do. I shop wherever it's cheap. I shop wherever the price is cheapest. Period. I shop at the dollar store. I shop at Aldi. I shop through Amazon. I have 5 items on my monthly subscribe and save, so I get 15% off on Amazon. The trick is, I don't blame my YouTuber for getting caught up in the bullshit that people are talking about. Walmart had $177 billion in profit. I blame the fucking social media dystopian hell we live in, that people are not explaining things properly. You have a lifetime 10% discount at Walmart, so I shop at Walmart. There you go. The problem with society is the blame lays on the uneducated masses. The responsibility lays on the educated CEOs for understanding these economic models are not going to continue much longer because people are broke. People are broke as shit eating mayonnaise sandwiches, sugar and butter sandwiches, because they can't afford. But some of those people are in a situation they can't afford because they're living beyond their means. If you don't make enough money to be if you're not making enough money to put money into savings, then you're not making enough money. I gotta turn the volume down. Sorry, I didn't turn the volume down enough. If you're not making enough money that you have money to save, you're not making enough money. That means you either need to make more money or spend less. Yeah, exactly. Spend less or make more. My big thing, in my marriage, I got married, I was a staff sergeant. About a year after I got married, I got promoted to tech sergeant, which comes as one of the larger pay bumps. And then when I was going to be a lieutenant, I was going to take a pay decrease, a slight pay decrease. And what I said to my wife was, you need less, you need to spend less. Because I make less, you need to spend less. Period. That's as fucking simple as it gets. We make less, we spend less. Can't you deduct state sales tax from federal taxes if you go through the trouble of itemizing the return? You can, but the problem is 99.99% of people are going to be better off taking the standard deduction. Most people don't generate enough deductions to use the itemized deduction. I think in all my years of paying taxes, 2, 3 years I've itemized my taxes in all my years of doing taxes. And the reason why was I had done renovations on my home during the Obama era where we got massive tax credits for energy efficient glass, high efficiency water heater, high efficiency furnace. And a couple of those years there was a standard deduction on top of the standard deduction. But then that went away and then you had to itemize to get it. Well, I had put in, when I bought the house, I put in a high efficiency water heater, high efficiency furnace, and all the windows. Well, I was able to deduct a big part of the cost of the windows the following year when the standard deduction went away because it was a carryover. But most people are never going to be in that situation. Is there a way we can figure out the net profit of a single Walmart? No, because it doesn't work that way. Because the Walmart stores, I mean, yes, you can figure out the net profit of a single Walmart, but you have to be inside Walmart's accounting department to do that. Because every store keeps payroll, inventory, assets on hand, all that stuff. But yeah, you could do that, but you would need you can't even begin to do that with publicly available records. I don't believe Walmart franchises. I believe Walmart owns all of them. I don't believe they have any franchise store. No, you cannot franchise a Walmart. Because it's a publicly traded company. Walmart has decided to own and operate all of its stores, supercenters, and its distribution centers. But no, a lot of people, could you make a wild estimate? Because 20-something billion is a big number, but because of the scale, I can't make it work. No, I can't. The reason why I can't make a wild estimate is this. There's 2 Walmarts near me. One of them does significantly more business than the other. The one Walmart, there's always hundreds of people in the store. And yeah, shareholder reports aren't required to break it down to the store level. This is what our store's operating costs were. This is the revenue that our stores generated. This is what our distribution centers cost to operate. Because distribution centers themselves don't turn a profit. So you're not going to be able to pull that information. But no, the trick here is people look at billion-dollar companies and say they all could afford to pay more. You fell right into it. People blame Walmart. They see a number and they don't understand the number. You only ever want to look at net profit. Net profit. Now, do some of the companies do things with tax loopholes that reduce their net profits? Yeah, sure, absolutely they do. Are all of those things nefarious? No. Are some? Absolutely. I know a small business that nets millions but pays minimum wage. I think that's bad. You can think that's bad all you want, but it's not bad. Here's the thing. If all of the workers there stopped working there, they'd have to make more money. I think we still need to change the rhetoric is, and if we change the rhetoric, then people would realize changing the rhetoric is the best thing for them, because then it changes the narrative. There is nothing wrong with a company paying minimum wage. And we need to stop saying there's something wrong with a company paying minimum wage. What's wrong is that people are desperate enough to take any job they can get, and so that company can hire desperate people. But until people understand, you sold your labor. And this is the only way we make a difference with the working class, is that the working class understands you made an agreement to sell your labor at that rate, regardless of the profit the company takes. Because if the company loses money this year, the company doesn't come along and ask you for money. You have no skin in the game. You hold no bag. So you are not entitled to any profits. And it's been a big one trying to explain that mentality to the Ashes of Creation community with what happened with Ashes of Creation. If you have an individual that owns $80 million of your debt, that person has bag, so they have say. If I owned 50%, I think instead of one person living in a rather large house bragging about other stuff is bad in this way. You can think that all you want, but here's the piece to that. That person also has all the risk. That person has all the risk, so they get all the reward. I'll give you two scenarios, right? Two scenarios. He could live in a medium house and have less stuff. No, fuck that. Fuck that. Why the fuck are you spending somebody else's money? Stop that. Why do you feel entitled to that person's money? Fucking stop it. Stop. That's the mentality. That is the victim mentality that keeps poor people in poverty. Because you're like, he could. Yeah, he could also build an even bigger fucking house because it's his money. Well, the workers generate his wealth. No, the workers don't generate his wealth. The workers generate the labor he uses and buys and pays for to generate his wealth. That's the fucking mentality. This is the mentality right here that we have got to get the fuck out of. This mentality has got to fucking go. We have got to get rid of this stomping point. And here is why. Two scenarios. Both companies take $10 million to open. In this example, one owner invests $10 million into a company. And as we know, 20% of small businesses fail in the first year, 50% fail by year 5. So this one owner has invested $10 million. No, you're saying how it should work. That's you spending his money. I'm sorry to tell you this. If you're saying I'm not spending their money, I'm saying it's how it should work. No, the fuck it shouldn't work that way. There is risk working for someone. No, there's not. The only risk those employees had was not getting paid in the last 2 weeks. That's the only risk. But that's also illegal, and it will be rectified. But over here, this owner puts in $10 million of the money. This owner accepts 100% of the risk. Over here, 10 people each contribute $1 million. They shared 10% of the risk. They get 10% of the profit. Both these companies fail. Both of these companies fail. The workers over here, the 9 people who work here, aren't out $1 million. They're just out of a job. The owner is out $10 million. Over here, the 10 workers are the 10 investors. They're all each out $1 million. They shared equality. They shared equally in the risk. What I resent as a former business owner is you telling me, because when you say they could, you're saying Jalon could. I could have afforded to live in a smaller house, so my bartenders and my waitresses could have gotten more money. Except for the first 9 years of one of my businesses, my draw from that business was sometimes less than $1,000 a month. Until I had all the bar stuff paid for, all the kitchen stuff paid for. I owned the building. I had monthly expenses every month, and I lived on the owner's draw. Now, I had a career, I had other businesses, I had other sources of income, but you're saying that I should give my employees more for what? They didn't take the risk. It wasn't their money, their capital wasn't on the line. If they want to put their capital on the line, do it. If you have enough money to start a business and distribute the money any way you want. You gotta stop the fucking entitlement mentality. You're not entitled to a cut of the owner's profits because you got paid before the owner. Now, in the case of Ashes of Creation, Stephen Sharif, Robert Dawson, and that Aaron Bartels guy, all fucking dicks, and I'm hoping they all go to jail. But why do 20% of small businesses fail inside the first year? Because 20% of people opening up small businesses don't know what in the fuck they're doing. Why do 50% of small businesses fail by year 5? Because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. All these people talk about the owner should, then don't work for them. Then don't fucking take their corpo job and find a job that you like. But you're not going to be able to. Start your own businesses. I started mine with nothing. Because the problem is, people, as the video says, it's not that people don't have enough money to live. It's that people don't have enough money to live the lifestyle they want, so they start looking for somebody to blame. My daughter's boyfriend is just about a month late on the next set of rent. He's already a month late on one set of rent. And then I get this sob story through my daughter. Oh, well, work hours got cut and this. I don't give a shit. As I told them, when we are talking about rent, I am the fucking bank. The bank don't give a shit. Your ledger is red. I need it to be black. Well, I don't have it. Well, then then DoorDash. Then get a job at the coffee shop right around the corner. Get a job at the fucking Dollar General around the corner on the weekends. I don't give a shit. Pay your fucking bills. But the rich people could. Yeah, guess what? If nobody went to work at Walmart, if collectively nobody worked at Walmart, Walmart would have to raise wages. But as we know, Walmart doesn't have if Walmart has to pay people more, then the prices at Walmart are going to go up, and then the wages are going to have to go up, and then eventually the people that work at Walmart won't be the people of Walmart, they'll be higher class people. So what are we going to do with the poor ass people with no job skills? Small business owners lose hundreds of billions of dollars annually due to combined risks. Yeah. If the store fails in the first year, they do not know what they're doing. If they fail after 5 years, they don't know how to adjust. Yeah. We have got to stop this idea that the people at the bottom are looking at the people at the top and saying, I'm entitled to something you have. I don't look up at the top and say, I'm entitled to something somebody has. We can throw examples around about people living inside and out their means. The rich don't want to budge, which, stop. What the fuck do you mean the rich don't want to budge? The rich don't have to. This is you are caught up in a victim mentality. You are caught up in a victim fucking mentality, and you're caught up in an entitlement mentality. You are not entitled to anything above and beyond what you negotiated when you took the job. And despite what people say, you negotiate every single job you take. You walk in, you know the amount of money you need. At Walmart, you know how much they're going to pay you. You knew they were going to pay between 18 and 22. You walked in, you got 20, and then you're complaining that you only make 20. Well, then why don't you take your skill set and go get a job that makes more than 20? And people will say, well, I don't have a skill set. Oh, so you're a beggar. And your beggar can't be a chooser. I would not consider going to work at a job for less than $250,000 a year. And the Amazon guy recruited the shit out of me to come run their distribution center because I have a background in vehicle management, fleet management, supply chain management, leadership. And the guy kept coming around offering me about $165. And I said, Bubba, $250. And he's like, that's completely out of the range of reality. And I said, let me explain reality. I get $96,000 a year due to my pension from the military because I can't work. You want me to go on benzodiazepines. You want me to go on anxiety control meds. And you want me to do that for $163,000 a year. No, people aren't abusing that. And don't give me that bullshit about no skill set. No, it's not bullshit about no skill set. I'm sorry. You have a victim's mentality. If you don't have a skill set to go and demand a higher wage, if you have less than a high school diploma, what job does why should society even keep you? And I'm saying this honestly because I am getting disenfranchised with this bullshit of people saying, well, I deserve, I'm entitled, I'm this or I'm that. Who's abusing that? There is a minimum wage. They can't pay you less than that. But I can't live on it. Okay, then move somewhere that you can live on the minimum wage, because yes, you can. There are places that you can live on the minimum wage. You just can't live the way you want to. 30 states out of 50 have minimum wages above the federal minimum wage. Go move there. Move to Iowa, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Oregon, Washington, Oklahoma. Move to fucking places nobody else wants to live. Quality of life is good. Cost of living is low. But if somebody doesn't have a skill set, what the fuck do they expect to get a job doing? Call me up. We need a guy to oversee the garage. I'm broke. I'm destitute. I need a job. I'll take it. We need a job. We need a guy to sweep the fucking aisles. I'll take it. We need a guy to unload truck. Fuck, I'm old, but I'll do it. Okay, so now I'm working again. Now I have time to play to my skill sets. Hey, hospital, yeah. I was a BMET. I'm a little rusty, but I could pick it up pretty quick. Do you need a fully trained BMET? Yeah, well, we'll hire you on as an equipment technician at $19 an hour. Done. Let's do it. Look at how much the Ashes of Creation employees were getting paid. It's pretty good skill set. Framing used to pay well. It doesn't now. Framing pays incredibly well. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Median wage as of this month in my state, 48 to 51 as a framer. So again, you're gonna have to work with me here. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. The human relations director at Ashes of Creation was making $120,000. $120,000 for San Diego is pennies. It's fucking peanuts. She was probably commuting an hour. Now, should she have been getting paid $120,000? No, probably not. But that's what they chose to pay her. Median salary for a carpenter, $48,900 to $51,300, and that's current as of right now. That's a hell of a salary. That is a hell of a salary. That is $24 to $27 an hour. How is that not? How is that not amazing? But you know why people don't want to be? Two people get paid a lot of framing. The others have nothing until they leave and start their own crew. Two people get paid a lot framing. What are you talking about? Dude, the fuck are you on about? That is called a median. That is the median wage. That is the median salary. That is the salary in the middle. So that means the median is 48 to 51. The piece you're neglecting is that's the median. That means 50% of them make more than that. 50% of carpenters in Illinois make more than 48. Yes, 50% make less than 48. Your fucking apprentices. Your helpers. The ones that are in class. In learning. I'm trying really hard to be patient, but you are the walking, talking example of what I'm talking about. The people with the problems don't have the education to understand there's not a fucking problem. 50% of the people make more than that wage. That's why we don't deal with the mean average. We deal with the median average. And yes, you could out there have a person making minimum wage doing framing. In my state, they cannot make less than $15 an hour. So in my state, they cannot make less than $31,200. That is your absolute floor right there. So I don't know what you don't know, but what I do know that you don't know is you don't understand economics to have this level of a complaint to say it's the rich people's fault, because your example was framers. The lowest you can make doing that job is $31,200. The median is $48,000, which means 50% of people are making more than that. I literally don't know how else I can present this to you, that if nobody wanted to make $15 an hour being framers in the state, I'm not saying it's their fault they aren't helping. Help them with what? That's the fucking problem. Help them with what? I take all of the risk, but you want my reward? Then what the fuck? Why would rich people start any businesses? I take the risk. Legally, they are fine. They can do whatever they want in that regard. Minimum wage is there for them. Right. Minimum wage is there for them. But it's also there for the people with no other skill set. A person who works at McDonald's by choice, because it's quick, easy, convenient, right? Great. They work at McDonald's by choice. If you have a skill set that you could get a better job, then go get the better job. But if you don't have a skill set to go get a better job, take whatever job you can get. The problem we have is that, and I've seen this firsthand as an employer, you will have people complain that they're not paid enough, but they have a $1,300 iPhone and a $50,000 Mustang and brand new fucking, when I was a boss, guy always complaining about not having the money. Always had the newest iPhone, had a fucking tricked out Camaro, and he had like 8 or 9 different pairs of shoes. And I said, you know, I pay you more than enough money that you should be successful, but you piss it all away on toys. And he was like, well, you know, this is the same guy who brags about having bottle service at the club over the weekend. And I know I'm not paying him enough to have bottle service. I put it on my credit card. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Junior. You're gonna be paying off that bottle service till you're fucking 30. Are there some people that are trapped? Yeah, absolutely. But you are a direct, and I'm thankful that you're here, but you are a direct reflection of why we can't fix the problem. Because in order to fix a problem, 51% of the time has to be spent understanding the problem. And it can be more than 51%, it just can't be less. You say the rich should be giving more money, but then you dismiss the fact that Walmart could only really give people $1 more an hour. Walmart could only really give people $1 more an hour because it would take $4.6 billion for them to give people $1. And then you're going to say, well, the rich people at Walmart can afford it. The rich people who own Walmart, people like me, shareholders. The moment I stop getting good dividends out of a stock, I sell the stock. That's the problem. And then you have people that are with flip phones, pay as you go, eating rice every day. Yeah, and then what's their story? And I'm more than happy to go down this. What's their story? Do they have, by and large, the people that are struggling, why are they struggling? See, I'm okay going down your rabbit hole of pity. I'll go down the rabbit hole of pity because I've worked in a financial assistance center. They maxed out their credit cards. They're carrying debt. They have a car they can't afford. And I feel bad. And I always say it would be great if the credit card companies periodically did a year of 5% interest for everybody so they could get out of some credit card debt. But I'm not about to start advocating for increasing taxes, increasing minimum wage, until we try everything else to give ourselves a better class of citizen. 54% of Americans can't read above 6th grade level, which means 54% of Americans have an education less than that of a high school diploma. We graduate about 65% of kids in America, but 54% of them can't read at 12th grade level. And by the way, I don't have the numbers for how many read at 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. The study only pegged them at above or below 6th grade. So you're telling me with 54% of Americans reading at the 6th grade level, that there's a bunch of Americans out there that have skill sets that would get them a better job? Yeah, 54%, we're supposed to be a first world country, and we're busy making fun of Iran that has between 90 and 97% literacy. Adult literacy. Equivalent of 12th grade. We talk about how Iran is poor compared to the U.S. level of poverty, but their level of poverty is $4,000. They can live on $4,000 U.S. a year. That's their poverty line. When we say 30% of Iran lives in poverty, that's when taking their income and applying against our poverty line. Empty barrels make the most noise because $1 an hour pay raise to the employee equates to $3 an hour the company has to pay when you take into account the employer. It's not $3 an hour. It's overall it's about 15%. If the company gives you $1, they pay about $1.15 because you have to cover employment taxes, unemployment taxes, then matching. It doesn't cost $3 to give a $1 raise. It costs about, all things considered, costs about $1.15 to give $1 an hour raise. The education system is broken, but we can't rely on the government to fix anything. Right, then where the fuck are the parents? I'm cool with that. I am cool with saying the education system is broken. I learned more from my father at the dinner table every day. I learned from my father. So you want to talk about what the problem is? Here's the problem. We have too many single moms. And I'm not... Call me racist if you want. I'm not being racist. I'm repeating statistics. Single motherhood in the black community is at a disproportional rate to single motherhood in the white community. But interestingly enough, if you look at poverty level white moms and poverty level black moms, the single father ratio is just about the same. Could that be an indicator that it's not a race problem, it's a class problem? There's a joke. Let me see if I can find it. See if I can find this meme. I can't find it. There's a wonderful meme that shows a guy and he's talking about I have 5 kids from 5 different baby mamas. I have a part-time minimum wage job and I drive a 25-year-old car with bald tires. And you see this girl like got her face lit up like she's hitting on him. And this is a class problem. It's not a race problem. It's a fucking class problem. And people don't like the value discussion. We're not teaching our young people what is the value of a woman to a man if she has 3 kids from 3 different fathers. So on a scale of 10 to 1, the mom is 25 years old. She has 3 kids, 3 dads. What is, on a scale of 1 to 10, what is the value to a person who's making 6 figures, educated, who wants to be a family man? What is the value of this woman? And he's 25 as well. Yeah, she has 0 value, but it's a scale of 1 to 10, so she has a value of 1. But then she gets told that, and she gets mad about it. The woman gets mad. As a partner, a 1. Yeah, as a partner, a 1. You are wanting the uneducated to fix the problem. We will be waiting for a long time. I'm not wanting the uneducated to fix the problem. When did I say that? I want the uneducated to realize they are the problem. They are the first domino that has to fall. Because in order to fix the problem, it is the uneducated, poor, disenfranchised that have to be satisfied. But people like you make the comment that the rich should take less so the poor can have more. Why? He took all the risk. The company owner, he took all the risk. The company owner, not every company owner makes money in the first year or the 5th year. What would you like them to do? What would I like them to do? Holy fuck, let me cook, motherfucker. Let me cook. Let me cook. What do I want the uneducated to do? First and foremost, I want women to stop having unprotected sex with men. I want bustas to stop being able to get their dick wet every night of the week. I want women to start holding men to higher standards. I want men to have to I want boys to have to make the transition to be gentlemen. I want our society to literally stop being kid gloves. And I want our society, in the last year of school kids have, I want to fucking indoctrinate them into good citizenship. I want people to graduate from high school being able to read, write, do arithmetic, do their taxes, no basic first aid, no basic for nutrition, no health, no hygiene. I want them to be functional. I want them to have their ID. I want them to have already been taught how to fill out a 1040. I want them to know what their Miranda rights are, how to engage with the police, how to launch a successful basic defense in criminology. I want them to have all of that education that they don't have. And most importantly, I want them to learn that they need to know what their value is. I want high schools to stop being called college prep schools, and I want them to be called life prep schools. If you're asking me what I want the poor people to do, I want the family to become central to American society again, where a hardworking mom and a hardworking dad make time at least a couple of times a week to sit down and have a conversation, ask their kids how their day was, listen to their problems, and teach them how to solve them. But now I recognize that's not going to happen because they are the fucking problem. They don't know how to solve their own problems. How will you convince them to do that? I don't have to convince them to do that. Here's why I don't have to convince the poor people to do that. Ready? Real simple. It's real easy. Real. You can sit around and you can look at your feet and you can kick rocks and you can piss and moan. You can have an attitude of vinegar and not do anything to improve yourself, wishing that the guy on the top would give you money. Or what you could do is get off your lazy fucking ass and work 2 jobs, work 3 jobs, stop pissing away money, stop wasting money, get yourself out of debt, get your ledger into the black, and then when you get there, keep fucking working hard. Because once you start being successful, get rid of all of the things that don't bring value to your environment. Get rid of all the shitty friends, get rid of all the loose women, get rid of all the promiscuous women, get rid of the drugs, get rid of the alcohol, get the fuck out of the neighborhood, get off the block, go somewhere that you're gonna struggle, but that struggle is gonna drive you. If it's not your driving passion, if it cannot make you cry, it's not your why. Period. Dot. People have never been taught an internal locus of control. I did not need people to tell me why I needed to be successful. I did not need mom and dad to hold my hand because mom and dad instilled within me early on, carpe diem. The oyster is there, seize it, it's yours. I'm the youngest son of an Irish immigrant. I'm an immigrant myself. I'm a dual citizen. I'm upper middle class. I started with nothing. I have 3 undergraduate degrees, a graduate degree, and 8 associate's degrees. I collected those because I'm a master teacher. If I can do it, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. When I wanted to buy new range, new fridge, new washer, new dryer, new microwave, new TV, new computer, I got a job at Best Buy. Now, you can't do this anymore because they don't do cost plus. But at the time, I got a job at Best Buy. I didn't have friends. I didn't go out. I saw some people on every other Saturday and one Friday a month. And then I worked my ass off. I worked my ass off so that I could have a new fridge, new range, new everything, make the house nice, get the house ready. What's my next move? I drove a Saturn SL2 and then a Saturn Ion and then another Saturn. Nothing's going to change them. Most people will fight to the end that they are not the problem and that it's impossible to do what you're... Okay, you're right. And here's the thing. Ready? I'm glad that you recognize it. Ready? Because here's the thing. You say, then nothing will ever change. Good. Fuck them. Let them die. I've really been driven to the point. I have been driven to the point with people's self-pity. If they're not willing... It's like the monkey article I have on the Jalan video channel. I cannot help a person who doesn't have a problem. If your problem, what do you mean no side is willing to budge? The top side doesn't have to budge. Why the fuck are you saying no side is willing to budge? The top side doesn't have to. They're not required to. You want them to change? You've literally just admitted that the people won't pull themselves up. They won't work hard. They won't sacrifice. They won't dedicate. They won't change. They won't stop having 5 babies through 5 different daddies, right? If they're not going to change, then why should the top side has more room to budge? No, they don't. I've literally showed you, no, they don't, and you want to put your shit in your ears and ignore it. Somebody literally said Walmart should be paying $10 more an hour. Walmart can't pay $10 more an hour. Walmart could barely decide to pay $2 more an hour. Because after $2 more an hour, the shareholders won't get a dividend. If the shareholders won't get a dividend, the shareholders will dump that stock. The stock is only valuable because it pays a dividend. People will not stop making mistakes. Good, and then people should pay for them. Good. People should pay for them. Honest to God, people who aren't willing to work should fucking die. Die of starvation, die of dehydration, die of exposure. I'm sorry. I am not going to sacrifice what I worked hard for so people who don't want to work hard can have some of my pie. I didn't get your help making my pie. Get your fucking fingers out my pie. I'm sorry, because when you start saying tax the rich, tax the rich, tax the rich, that rolls down to me. What about people who can't work? Why can't they work? You can't tell me people who can't work. Tell me why they can't work. Which people can't work? Even if you aren't the problem, it doesn't matter. It's still your life and your responsibility. Yes. You spent 30 years working on a grocery store towards the end of your time before your back shit out were hiring cashiers that couldn't even count back the change. Correct. Okay, so you lumped the disabled and the elderly into the same category. Here's the problem. The elderly shouldn't have to keep working because the elderly should already have invested in themselves and have Social Security. But if the elderly didn't invest in themselves as they went along, then how the fuck did they raise kids? And I mean that 100%. If the elderly can't care for themselves when they get to retirement, I pray they didn't have any kids. I've lived my whole life banking on the assumption Social Security will not be there when I retire. I work for a company that helps employ people with disabilities. Many with disabilities can work as well. It's infantizing them to keep many out of the workforce. Well, you're right. There's very few jobs. There's very few people who can't work. Even the majority of the disabled can work jobs that can support themselves. That's not entirely true. Because we have streamlined out a lot of jobs that previously disabled people could do. The country is doomed on paper. You think people will just die quietly? No, they'll die violently. I don't think people will just die quietly. What I want to remind you of is the majority of the people making the biggest ruckus in this country are the people who are against gun ownership. And as we see in every movie, including V for Vendetta, what do you think happens when the people without guns march on the people with guns? If you're too lazy to get a job, to work hard, I really don't have any faith that you're going to show up for an armed resistance. You spent years going from job to job, and the VA said they were sick of you going from job to job every 3 to 5 months. Right. Disabled is counting those. Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. Disabled counts the people with multiple disabilities. But unfortunately, we've gotten rid of jobs that those people could do. The VA doesn't want you going to a job every 3 months because that's not stability. Stability requires you to be able to get a career. If you're a vet, you can't get a career, you're disabled. If you're disabled, what's your disability? And by disabled, I mean people who physically or mentally can't work. Okay, people that physically or mentally cannot work should be taken care of by society, because those people are the people who physically or mentally cannot work and have never been able to work and have no ability to provide means for themselves are people that need round-the-clock care anyway. A good friend of mine works in a round-the-clock house. She's day shift at the house. There's 8 clients that live in the house, and there's 4 caregivers. People need to get out of the idea. I love this. I love all of what I'm seeing here. People need to get out of the idea that they deserve something. Nobody deserves anything. Life doesn't work that way. You get what you get. There is no deserve. You're right. You get what you get. There is no deserve. And this is a bitter pill for my siblings to swallow sometimes. I'm the baby brother. And I make the most money. I'm the baby brother and I have the most assets. Because I wanted to accumulate more wealth than my father. Because that's what my father wanted for me. Go to college, get a career, accumulate more wealth than me, so that you can raise kids, send them to college, they can accumulate more wealth than you. Nobody deserves anything. There is no entitlement. Society should take care of individuals born who are unable to care for themselves. Society should do that. Family, tribe, community, county, state, federal government. The problem is, if the family can't take care of them, the community should help, because it's the right thing to do. If you don't want those values and morals, you can make another community. So people don't deserve the same rights. No, all people deserve the same rights. However, right? What right are you talking about? The right to my money? Because the right to my money? Because that's my tax money. That, at the end of the day, charity should not be institutionalized. Charity should not be at the end of a gun. Charity shouldn't be happening, right? Charity shouldn't be happening because you take my money away and give it to other people. People don't deserve love, care, or safety? No, they don't. They don't deserve it. Where is this understanding that people deserve love, care, and safety? Where's that idea from? You need those things. Why? Well, I've already told you to go read The State of Nature a bunch of times. Have you done it? Because if you have, you can answer your own question. And if you haven't read The State of Nature by John Locke, and then read the writings of Hobbes and Rousseau, then you didn't care enough. Because we are a tribal people. Human beings are inherently self-interested. Human beings are inherently self-interested. My family, my tribe, I care about that. My community, I loosely care about that. I don't really give a shit what goes on in Chicago. I don't really give a fuck what goes on in Chicago. I don't live up there. I don't live there. I care about what happens in Chicago only because their voting tendencies fuck up the rest of the state. But at the end of the day, all people deserve love. And again, according to you, no offense, Rad, you're fucking left of center on the IQ scale. No offense to you, but all the times you've come to my show, if I want an opinion on a topic, if I have to choose between this Bubba and you to get feedback from, this is my Bubba to go to. I will ask this guy his opinion before I ever ask yours. Because you say all people deserve, but why? But why? Why do all people deserve love, care, and safety? But why? They're entitled to it. Why are they entitled to it? What makes people entitled to love, care, and safety? Great story for you. Great story. Because hold on, put this on the screen so I don't lose my train of thought. All people deserve love, care, and safety. Had a girlfriend, father was a drinker. Beat the shit out of her. I was a young man. I told my dad what happened. I told my dad I was going to go tune up the father. Took off at a run. My father wasn't a quick man at that point. He had to get in the car. By the time I got there, I was already talking to the father, confronting the father, and I said, look, if you ever put your hands on your daughter again, I'll beat the fuck out of you. And then the dad was about to probably walk down the steps and tune my grill up. And then my dad gets out of the car. And at the time, my dad, he might not have been as fast, but my dad's a big turkey. The dad never put his fucking hands on his daughter again. Why? I imagine it was the sight of my dad getting out of the car. But in our society, people would say, well, he deserves to go to jail. Well, if he deserves to go to jail, then how does she get a father's love? It's great to have these 5-word answers. All people deserve love. Why? Why? Which people? The Christians? Because those are my people. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. I got to get rid of most of you. The Catholics? Because those are my people. Are we supposed to mindlessly follow our own impulses, or are they a lesson that we can learn from and move on? Depends on what you want for your life. Depends on if you want to have a basic life. Ultimately, it depends on, do you want to fuck at the hotel motel, or do you want to fuck in a 19-bedroom mansion, or where do you want to end up? Do you want to be having sex in your car until you're 30, or do you want to have a place that you can take a woman home and have some nice intimate relations with? If you want the second, go fucking earn it. Who's stopping you? Literally, who is stopping you? Yes, I'm getting rid of you because, again, I'm being tribal. I'm giving the example of tribal, right? If nobody deserves love, the whole world would hate each other. That right there is called a circular argument. I love my wife. I love my kids. I'll roll your ass down a fucking hill. Sorry. See, I've engaged with the philosophical questions and caused philosophy teachers aneurysms. Philosophy teacher will ask you the question, is it better to kill one child if the killing that one child will save 10,000 lives? Hold up, I need some more information. And the professor's like, there is no more information. I said, yes, there is. There's at least one piece of information. And I said, do I know the one person? And the professor's like, why does that matter? Hold on. If it's my kid, exactly. If it's my kid, kill the 10,000. Let's go a step further. It's not my kid. My kid's one of the 10,000. Kill the kid. Let's take it a step further. It's my wife and my kid is in the middle. My wife will be standing in the box saying, you better fucking kill me and not our kid. It's a total stranger and my wife and kid. That's once again easy. Where you don't get into a difficult thing is until one of my kids is the one that I have to kill, and one of my kids is in the 10,000 that I have to save. And now I got to start really, I got to really start quantifying and stratifying my kids. But this is the thing people won't go through. Who says the 10K will live and you just didn't kill another human being? Because it's the fucking, it's the fucking setup. It's the fucking question. That's who says. It does no good to say, if you want to change the scenario that says I have to press a button and one button will kill a kid and the other button will kill 10,000, but the buttons aren't labeled, that's a different fucking equation. That's a different fucking equation. But these are the philosophical arguments people are uncomfortable with. And that's too bad. Because you have to think about them because they tell you an awful lot about yourself. Am I a bad father? Because if faced with a choice, why choose between poisons when water is available? Because no fucking water is available in the goddamn choice. That's fucking why. That's why. It's a fucking controlled thought experiment, which I don't think you're capable of conducting. If you want to be a detractor, please just hit the fucking X in the corner, or I will just remove your ability to contribute. Because it is a philosophical question meant to evaluate ethics, morals, morality, and critical thinking. That is what the fuck the point is. The point isn't to say, I refuse to participate. Because then, when you have those people that say, I refuse to participate, you get the people who will turn around and say, okay, now the scenario is, if you don't choose, I'll kill you and I'll kill both sets of the people anyway. And then you're like, cool, kill me and both sets of the people. Fine, that gives us an insight into you. That means you won't be forced to do anything. That's cool. That's a great option. No problem. But now you're responsible for the death of 10,000 people and one child. You're like, but I'm not responsible. Yes, you are, because you could have saved the child or the 10,000 people. You still made a choice. The responsibility for their deaths is still on you, right? They're still on you. And you're like, no, they're not. They're on the person. It is what it is.
Sorry about that. That's basically disagreeing with God then. No, it's not. How is it disagreeing with God? It's not a trick question into forcing people to choose between prioritization of injustice. That's not the point of it. And I'm going to go with the idea that you didn't go to college because it's a philosophical question. It's a philosophical question meant for you to be able to justify decisions. It's a critical thinking question. That is all it is. It's a hypothetical. It's exactly why I said, the professor said, this is the information that you have available. And I said, well, I need more information. He said, there is no information. I said, well, I would at least know the identity of the person in the box. I might not know the identity of all 10,000 people. I didn't see, oh. I got your question on the screen. The problem is, you can decide that this is a trick question. It's not a trick question. It's a critical thinking question. It's a justification prompt. Honestly, I would probably choose the one person, less chance of getting sued by the survivors. There you go. I would choose the one person so I have less, and that's all it takes. I would choose this. Why would I choose it? You can choose your answer to be, I don't participate, and then we add more criteria to it. But I'm sorry, but you seem like a person who didn't go to college, or at least didn't take philosophy while you were in college. Because what you would know then is it's a thought exercise. And no offense, but it seems like a lot of people are allergic to fucking thought exercises. Now, somebody said you'd go against God. What do you mean so do you disagree the Bible says all people deserve love? The Bible doesn't exactly say all people deserve love. Jesus says to love your enemies, right? All people deserve God's love. Make no friendship with a man given to anger, nor go with a wrathful man, lest you learn his ways and entangle yourself in a snare. Proverbs, right on the screen for you there, Rad Dude. There's limitations on who gets your love. Let's also not forget that in the Bible, we're supposed to stone witches. We're supposed to stone men who lay with men. It's on the screen. It's in the chat box. It's there on Kick. Proverbs is right there. Well, that way. The trick we have is that people are caught up. People are caught up on weaponizing religion. I want to remind you, weaponizing religion doesn't really work. Don't you think everyone is worthy of God's love? No, not everybody is worthy of God's love. Why do you know everybody's not worthy of God's love? If everybody was worthy of God's love, why does God have a hell? Why does God have a Hades? Ready? Oh, shit. That's pretty deep, isn't it? God doesn't even love all of his children because God sends some of them. God sent some of his children to hell. That's a little deep too, don't you think? And these are the things you need to think about. We can't weaponize religion. Well, God forgives. Yeah, heaven is protected by gates. St. Peter stands sentinel at the gates, judging the worthiness of those who approach. If you want to go the religious route, there was Lucifer Morningstar was banished to hell, but God is supposed to be all forgiving, so why didn't he forgive Lucifer? So don't bring God into it, and please don't try to play stump-a-chump with me with religion. Religion is fiction taken seriously. That is a great opinion for you to have. Don't have it. Great, Rad. I'm very happy that you came up with love thy neighbor as oneself. What if you don't love yourself? So now what? Rad, I'm going to give you a warning. And that warning is you can be a dumbass in every other category,
but I will not tolerate your dumbassness in my religion. Keep my religion out your fucking mouth, because the shit you say on my show is offensive to me, and I keep you around because you're like just like one cunt hair from being banned. If you go down the religious route and try to play stump a chump with me, after I'm done busting you up like a pinata, I'll just ban you, because you are the bane of my existence some days with your stupidity. I don't know how you survived to this point, but the stories you've told on my chat are unfucking real and believable. And the views you have, you need to go start your own fucking Twitch channel then. Do something. Because you are one of the worst people involved in victim blame, or playing the victim card. There is a button pressing. It will give you a 2/3 chance your kid survives. If you don't press it, it will be 1/2 chance your kid survives. But pressing it, everyone will know you pressed it. And if your kid dies, you will be blamed. If you don't press it, nobody will know you had anything to do with it, and you won't be blamed. What do I choose? I choose to save my kid at the 2/3 point, because I will take a button that gives me a 66% chance of saving my kid. I don't like your assumptions that I'm uneducated because you don't get the set answers you're looking for. Philosophy is free thinking, is it not? The ego shows me the lack of own development. No, it's not ego, because you're improperly using id, ego, and superego in an academic environment. I don't care if you don't like my assumptions. My assumption is I presented a philosophical question and you said it's a trick question. It's not a trick question. It's a philosophical question. I framed it that way. My assumption is you haven't taken philosophy 101 or philosophical analysis. And I even corrected myself when I said, I don't believe you're college educated or you didn't take philosophy. You called a hypothetical a trick question. That is an educated take. That comes from a member of my community. So yes, it is an assumption, but it's an assumption based on pedigree, based on fact, based on experience, based on the fact that I have a piece of paper that tells me I can decide who is stupid and who is not stupid. See, interesting enough, you came in to be a disruptor, a detractor, and you can choose to be that. I can also choose to not have you contribute. But if you don't like my assumptions that you're uneducated, then present yourself in a manner which presents education, which expounds education. But then don't try to say something inherently, like, I'm not egotistical, because I don't give a fuck about your opinion about me, because I don't give a fuck about my opinion about me. Yeah, it's a question that tells us how someone thinks, and now we know how you think. You think you're smarter than the question. It's a philosophical question. Your answer could have been, I choose not to press either button. And then, as somebody else already stated, then the question evolves to, now, gun to your head. My guess would have been most parents would take the higher chance, but since I don't have kids, I want to save a kid, but I don't know if the risk of eternal damnation from people is worth it, which is when I say it sounds horrible, but I don't know if I can handle it. And that's the big rub. That's the big rub. The big rub is some people worry about human beings' opinion of them. The nice part about believing in two sets of faith is that I kind of like the Anubis example, where when you die, Anubis weighs your heart, and if it weighs more than a feather, you go to damnation. I like that idea. I think that's a good idea. But you can't believe that because you're Catholic. Sure I can. What if God created Anubis? Because the commandment doesn't say don't worship other gods. It says don't worship other gods before me. I respect that religion exists for a reason and has a good purpose, but I don't think it should be brought to the table, because how do you argue for it to someone who doesn't follow that religion? Simply, that's a great question. I love the fact that you asked it. If we start getting into morality, I ask you, what's your morality based on? If you say you're agnostic or atheist, then I say, okay, well, what's your morality based on? Because you have values, ethics, morals, and morality. Values and ethics don't have a religious component to it, or they have a universally shared component. The end of the Boondock Saints, the brothers McManus and their father going to the courtroom. Do not rape, do not steal, do not murder. These are common faiths these are common laws that every man of every faith can agree to. I think we can all agree values: don't rape, don't steal, don't murder. I think murder, not kill, murder. There's a reason why I said do not rape, do not steal, do not murder. Do not murder. Based on my lived experiences in my community, I guess. Okay, well then what is that community? Because if you're going to say your morality comes from your community, but you tell me you grew up in the Baptist South, then I'm going to say, well, religion shaped your community. There's nothing wrong with religion being in the mix unless a person can say what their values are. If you can tell me what your values are without referencing religion, great. You're a better person than I am, because my values, and this is why I changed the script with my kids, I was indoctrinated into Catholicism. I'll say that again. I wasn't exposed to it. I was indoctrinated into it. Your morality is formed by the community you're in, but your community is likely a religious-based one, and your morals are derived from that. Exactly. Your community is very likely either directly religious, having to be an altar boy, having to be a lectern, having to be a minister, having to do this, or you live in a community that's predominantly Catholic or Baptist or Lutheran or whatever, and the community itself has those values. Majority of the communities in America, until about 75 years ago, were predominantly of one faith. People moved parishes. So much so, in the south side of Chicago, when even 40 years ago in the south side of Chicago, growing up, a common question that you would ask kids is, what parish are you in? Because we were all fucking Catholic. We were all Catholic. This American way of looking at history is amazing. Not everything is hypothetical statements without context. First of all, I'm going to stop you. What makes you think my line of thought is American thinking? Why are you a bigot? Because that statement there, right there, why are you a racist bigot? Because you didn't ask me what my background is. So why are you a racist bigot who makes assumptions? If you'd listened to my show, you would have heard me say already in today's show, my greatest education came from my father. My father is Irish. The greatest source of my education is my immigrant father. Philosophy is an evolution of historical knowledge, even spiritual knowledge, through time. It's more connected than it is not. No. Let me help you out. Socrates, Aristotle, and Plato, who are the grandfathers of modern philosophy, would disagree with you. Philosophy is critical thought. Now, philosophy, if you had included one more line in your wonderfully Googled answer, you have Thoth is the father of philosophy according to them. And what? You have Christian philosophy. You have Islamic philosophy. Those are specific to those religions. Philosophy is not just knowledge. It's the testing of it. Philosophy is the testing of knowledge. Hence the critical thought question. But what I resent is that you're a racist bigot who makes an assumption that my only education is American. So you're the bigger part of the problem, because you said this American way of looking at history is amazing. Not everything is hypothetical statements without context, but that is what a philosophical question is when it's a hypothetical. So what I'm going to advise you to do at this point is to recognize you are not half as smart as you think you are. And because somebody has now told you that, if you are a true student of philosophy and you've been told you're not half as smart as you think you are, then you know what the masters would tell you that you have to do. You would know what the masters of philosophy would tell you at this junction. And so, either your next statement is going to be what the masters of philosophy would tell you to do, or you'll say some fool-ass shit. I leave it up to you to decide what you say next on my channel. But if it's fool-ass shit, it's the last thing you ever get to say on my channel. All morality is formed by your need to function in society or community. Correct. Morality is a community. A religion is a community. You can't have purely own morality. Your morality is formed according to the collective agreements to function in your given society, community, collective. No. The American assumption was based on Western interpretation of how we study philosophy. In Europe, most people don't view it this way. Oh, I'm sorry. I said the next time you said some fool-ass shit, I would ban you. When the fuck did Ireland stop being in Europe? Because I literally told you my greatest teacher was an Irishman. So when the fuck did Ireland get not put in Europe? Muslim Catholic mix, lots of foreigners. I was more influenced by Catholic side of the community though, but I took quite a bit from Portuguese family. So there you go. That's your background. You said all morality is formed by your need to function. Morality isn't formed by your need to function. Morality is the guidelines by which you function. For example, if you know a stripper, depending on your morality, you may not associate with the stripper. You may not associate with that stripper because your morality says what she's doing is bad. But now you also have a friend who's in the military, but you're friends with that person. And I say, well, why are you friends with the military member but not friends with the stripper? Well, the stripper is selling her body. And I say, so you don't think the military member is selling their body? And now we have a conversation. I think morality is a wonderful topic. I think it's a topic that we don't talk about because it's an uncomfortable topic. Do I think only Catholics should respect the Pope or all religions should? All Christian religions should respect the Pope. All Christian religions should respect the Pope because it's very difficult to say you believe with the teachings of Jesus and you're going to ignore the Vicar of Christ who was empowered by Jesus to form his church. However, to save the back and forth, I also recognize the line of thought that says just as Jesus, as a rabbi, rebelled against Judaism, so do the Orthodox, the Lutherans, rebel against the Catholic Church because of what they call are heresies and corruptions. And I respect that because it's a good argument. Jesus disrupted Judaism and Catholicism was born, and Catholicism was spread by the point of a sword. Yeah. Lutherans don't follow the authority of the Pope because Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the door. They broke away from the church. They said you don't have to have the line to God doesn't go through a man, it goes through the person to God through the teachings of his son Jesus Christ. Other religions, it's funny to me that other religions respect Christianity, but Christianity doesn't extend the favor. It's also funny to me that Christians are fucking bigoted because they blame all Muslims for stuff. And it's funny to me that people can't recognize that the Quran is subject to interpretation, but it's also subject to study.
Christians are never mentioned as infidels in the Holy Quran. Not a single passage are they referred to as the infidels. The infidels the Quran is talking about are the pagan Arabs that were trying to kill the first Muslims. You can only put it into context at that time, during those battles. It wasn't for the whole world. It wasn't for Muslim domination of the earth. It was for those battles during that time where their own people turned on them and tried to wipe them out. On the contrary, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, sent the first Muslims to ancient Abyssinia, where they were protected by a Christian king, a righteous Christian king known as the Najasi. If Islam was taught by the Prophet Muhammad to hate Christians and kill Christians, then why would he send his followers in the most crucial time to a Christian kingdom, bro? Does that make any sense to you, Danny Jones?
And that's what is terrible about our world. We literally hate each other and we don't know why. If you grew up in America in the 1970s, 1980s, the early 1990s, you see the Russians as the bad guy. The Russians are the bad guy. Rocky versus Ivan. The bad guys were always the Russians, always the communists. So what do you think was going to happen to a generation of young men who watched action movies? It's always the Soviets. It's always the Soviets. It's sometimes the North Koreans. Sometimes it's the Chinese. Now, what was funny is Top Gun Maverick. Who's the enemy country? Who's the enemy? Who's the enemy country in Top Gun Maverick? You don't remember because they never say it. They created a wonderful masterpiece. Yeah, sometimes it was the East Germans. It's an unnamed country. It's not even an unnamed Middle Eastern country. If you go back and watch it, it is an unnamed, anonymous country. You don't even know the region of the world. You have no idea. The only thing you know is that it's close enough to the water that a naval strike group can launch fighters to hit it. That's it. The enemy is the enemy. They fought fifth gen fighters. Enemy country is just a bad way to look at it. There are plenty of citizens that are against the wars or just good people in general. You're right. There are. You're right. You're right. But that's the problem. Because the people in the generation before Generation X were grown up hating the Russians because the Russians were beating us in the space race. We resented the Russians for what reason? Because we were in the middle of a Cold War. The problem is people grew up hating groups of people and they have no idea why. They have no idea why. Why is your heart filled with hate? It's like there's a guy, he's dying of cancer, which shocks me because it's like literally, dude, you're dying of cancer because you have a negative fucking outlook of life. Apparently, I offended him years ago. Fucking years ago. Honestly, you're mad about something that happened a fucking decade ago? And so I didn't even get into it with him. Not even getting into it with people anymore. If you're mad at me for something that I did a decade ago, then all that is to me, baby, is that's just free fucking chicken. That's just free chicken. I don't think there's a single completely evil nation, and there never has been one. Well, maybe cannibals, but that's different. There's never been a completely evil nation. The drumstick is the second best part. Yeah, right. Fucking drumstick. I know why people hate people, and I don't know why it was. I don't know why it was one of my first lessons as a kid. People hate people. People hate people. Because everybody wants an excuse. I mean, even Nazi Germany wanted good for their own people, so can't think of them as a completely evil nation. Not that I want to offend anybody, but a big problem with of Nazi Germany is this. If you watched the movie Van Helsing with Hugh Jackman, it's got a great line in it. Igor is taunting the werewolf, and Dracula says, "Do unto others," and he says, "Before they do unto me." The problem here is human beings are hardwired for greed in a world that's going to have scarcity of resources. I'm going to give you an example, and I've done this example before, but it's Monday. And here's me, and here's you. And I have 2 fish. And you have 0 fish. And it's Monday. And I only need 1 fish to survive. What would we all agree in a perfect utopia? In a perfect utopia, it's Monday. I have 2 fish, and you have 0 fish. What should I do? I should give you a fish. I should give you a fish. Because on Tuesday, when I have 0 fish, and you have 2 fish, you give me a fish. Next got a great answer. Next says I should teach the other guy to fish. I should make sure the other guy knows how to fish. That is true. That is true. Now, it's Monday again. I have 2 fish. You have 0 fish. And a stranger comes across us, and he obviously has 0 fish. So what should I do now? I should make fish stew. Because 2 fish can feed 3 people. I don't really want fish stew. It's not really what I wanted. But it's the right thing to do. The objectively accepted right thing to do. But now the next day, this guy has 2 fish, this guy has 0, this guy has 0. The next time it's 2, 0, 0, 0, 2, 0. And what's going to be the problem here after the 4th day? You and me are going to decide we don't need that other guy because we're looking for fish fillets and he hasn't produced anything. Because we haven't done what Nex said in the first place. We haven't made sure the stranger knows how to fish. Maybe the stranger doesn't know how to fish. Maybe the stranger knows how to make bread. Got to tell the stranger to start bringing potatoes. Right. Right. We got to make sure that everybody is taken care of. But now we got to make sure that everybody is taken care of. 1, 2, 3. Now we each have families. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6. Now we each have kids. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, now we've got a problem because now we have a tribe. And what did the tribe and Native American tribe, what did the Native American tribe do? Everybody has a job. Everybody contributes. Everybody eats. Well, right, you should only take care of those willing to contribute. But that's because we understand the scarcity of goods. Native American tribe, everybody ate. European villages, not everybody ate. This is mine. This is mine. This is mine. This is mine. That's yours. This is mine. It's like this. Ready? This is mine. This is mine. This is yours. That was yours. You got it. You got it. You got the example. That was yours. And I took it. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's a sad fucking day. There's nothing you can do about it. No, I starve and I sell all my food to buy a gun. Oh, so now the introduction of force. You don't know how to fish. You don't know how to bake bread, but you know how to do violence. So you're going to come and you're going to take the fish and the bread. And I'm going to go get water because I can't do the show without a drink. I'll be right back. Individual development is real. Sadly, so is conditioning. My point being that books by Hegel or later Marx are still more relevant in Germany, like Rousseau, Voltaire. In France, keep your revolutionary mindset alive. Well, yeah, that's the problem. If you're not reading everything, you're being biased. And that's unfortunately a negative side effect of some education. Education is not a destination, it's a journey. Graduation isn't a destination, it's just a milestone. Lots of people don't continue their education after. How can we say there is scarcity of goods when we waste so much? Because there's scarcity of goods. Because we don't have enough to feed everybody. Let me give you the example. Let me just give you the example. We don't need money. We literally don't need to have money. You could turn 18, you could be assigned a job, you do that job for the rest of your life. You go to the store, you don't have money, you have allotments. You can choose to go to the store, and I'll give you the example. You can choose to go to the store, and for one of your allotments, you can buy a candy bar or a 10-piece. You don't have to have money. The problem is, somebody who at 18 got assigned as a janitor. versus somebody who at 18 was ID'd to be a doctor. This person gets like 2 weeks of training, mainly on how to use a stripper, a waxer, not to drink the chemicals. And this person from 18 to 30 works to society. This person at 18 is identified to be a doctor. From 18 to 29, they're in school. How should we compensate the person who spent 11 years becoming a doctor? Should there be a difference in allotments? Should there be a difference in housing? Should there be a difference in status, prestige, accessibility? Because I'll tell you the honest truth. If you presented me with a choice of a utopia society where I knew I would get the same being a janitor versus a doctor, I wouldn't want to be a doctor even if I loved the idea of being a doctor. Why would I want to go to 11 years of school and get the same compensation for doing the work of a guy that a Roomba can replace? I can get rid of half your job with a fucking Roomba. A cashless utopia society would be great if our brains could accept it, but they can't. We have a ton of waste in this country. I try to identify the food in my pantry as it's been there for a while. If it hasn't been used, I try to get it donated before it goes bad. I think one year I threw out like $600 worth of spoiled goods because I just forgot to do the expiration date check. Threw out like $600 worth of food. Some people would call me terrible because I could have donated it. Well, the truth is I could just not fucking tell you. I could just never share the fact that I threw it out. It's my food to waste, right? It's my food to throw out. We've got to, that's why I said at the beginning of the show, we have to be really careful of where we start the problem fixing, because that is technology, though. Technology will eventually take everyone's job. That is besides the point. Be it in 20 years or 1,000 years. No, it won't. Technology won't ever take everybody's job. Who builds the technology? Who invents the technology? And if you truly believe that AI can replace humans, then you're better off just finding the tallest cliff and taking a jump, because then that means this whole fucking thing is pointless. But that is technology. But that's the relevance of it. If it's going to cost me $30,000 a year for a worker, or it's going to cost me $19.99 for a Roomba, why the fuck would I have a janitor? We're not good people. Some people are good. Yeah, technology replaces menial jobs, allowing people to pursue greater ideas. The problem is the pursue greater ideas job. It's like this. You guys remember during COVID, the first of the really big burst of Uber Eats, DoorDash drivers popped up, and I said the majority of people driving for DoorDash are losing money, not gaining money. And I had a couple of people in here like, well, I make $2,000 a week doing DoorDash. Okay, well, how many miles are you driving? The person's like, oh, I drive like 2,000 miles a week. I said, so every 2 weeks you're getting an oil change, right? No. Every 10 weeks you're getting new tires, right? No. Then why aren't you properly maintaining your vehicle? If you're driving 2,000 miles every week in your car, you really do need to be getting oil changes not every 2 weeks, but every 6,000 miles, because you're in stop and go traffic. You really need to be taking care of your engine. If you bought a set of 65,000 mile tires, then you can go 30 weeks on them. Everyone is both good and evil. It's a matter of choice we make to how we are perceived and how we view ourselves. There you go. We are not good and evil simply for how other people see us. We are good and evil by how other people see us, how we see ourselves, and how an objective person would see us. I don't judge the fact that people in Middle Eastern countries hated me because they didn't know me. They knew the uniform, they knew the vehicle, they knew the job, they knew the country, they knew things about the organization, but not as me as an individual. And I think if everybody could get through their head, not every Muslim is terrible. Not every Muslim is a terrible human being. Islam does not allow them to be terrible human beings. There are some people that are, fail to realize that the Catholic Church has been responsible for more massacres, rape, pillage, murder, arson than any other religion on the planet, because it was the official religion of the Roman Empire for a period of time. It's not about being good or being evil. It's about trying to be good and avoiding being evil. But again, if I created a religion and I converted 1 billion of the people on the planet to this religion, and this religion had some morally questionable ideas in it, one of every 8 people on the planet follows it, well, it's a major religion now. When we've got issues. It is prioritizing ourselves over collective justice. We choose to be evil. Hold on a second. You're off the rails again. What's collective justice? Yeah. It's a good question. You're the one that said it. Because I don't know what collective justice is. Because I know in some countries they imprison illegal aliens and in some countries they don't. Collective justice sounds like mob rule. 55% of America is white, 13% is black. Collective justice says we should kill all the black people. Oh, fuck. I don't know what collective justice is. I know what legality is. But I'm not gonna agree that all laws are moral just because they're laws. Yeah, Afghanistan just executes some of their illegal aliens, especially the ones that are trafficking drugs. What is this, girls? I download stuff relevant to the show.
Strange. I see a grown.
Oh, that's right. I need that. That's the Steven Sharif clip. You're a grown man, but all I hear is a little bitch.
I am proud to announce that we will open every single one of these stores by the end of our first term. And the first one will open next year. When the store will be open. So let me go with that. This store will be open in 2029.
It's great to promise people stuff. It really is. But our government, our elected officials should stop promising things that they know they can't deliver. If I ran for president, it would be the ugliest campaign ever, because I would be saying shit like, I don't know why my, I don't know why my opponent is promising you things that my opponent knows the president can't do. I'm going to lower taxes. President can't do that. I will veto any bill that proposes a tax increase. You can do that. I will veto any bill that increases the debt ceiling. You could do that. You know why they say it. I know why they say it. They say it because it's the carrot. Until they get a veto-proof majority. Why is it even allowed to be lied to people in that position? If they can't deliver, they should have to step down. It's because at the end of the day, you want to be lied to. As a human being, you want to be lied to. Human beings want to be lied to. Human beings want to be lied to because they ask questions that lead themselves to be lied to. Men love to be lied to. Men will ask a woman, how many sexual partners have you had? And you're expecting her to say 0. She says 1 or 2, you can live with it. She says 109, you lose your fucking mind that's her body count. Just don't ask the question. He never said that taxes will never be raised. He said he will veto any bills raising taxes. Right. But shouldn't there be some sort of accountability? There should be. The accountability is they don't get reelected. Except, remember I started this all with, we need to change the stupid, ignorant masses, the uneducated, unwashed, filthy masses. The same, okay, Bernie Sanders has been reelected. How many times? Elizabeth Warren has been reelected how many times? Right? Ted Cruz. These fucking lifetime politicians. It's wasted time. No. Why is your situation so bad? Your situation is bad because voters are voting for bad people and they keep fucking doing it. No, ignorance is the lack of knowledge. We don't get to just create words. We don't get to just create words and make them be what we want. The definition of ignorant is a lack of knowledge, information, or awareness about specific subjects, or in general. That is ignorance. We don't make up words. We don't make up words. It's literally lacking knowledge or comprehension about the things specified. Period. Resulting from or showing a lack of knowledge. Period. We don't take words and have them have new meanings because we don't like the meanings. Because at the end of the day, it's a quote. Hey, you know what? Dumbass. If you can't turn around and quote, it's not a quote unless you put it in fucking quotes. And since that person decided to just be a condescending prick once again, they're out of here. And they didn't even fucking quote it right. That's not even the fucking quote. The quote is true ignorance is not the absence of knowledge, but the refusal to acquire it. That's why I didn't recognize it. So that fucking person can suck a dick. If you're gonna say it's a quote genius and you misquote it, you're a dumbass. How the fuck is anybody supposed to, How the fuck is anybody supposed to know it's a quote and recognize it as a quote if you fucking paraphrase it and just make up your own shit? By the way, if you want to put a quote into a conversation, then this is how you put a quote into conversation. Oh, look at that. You put a dash and you put who the fuck said it. Yeah, collective justice would be akin to witch trials. Collective justice was really great with the witch trials that reportedly actually discovered no witches. How many bad presidents can we survive in a row? Well, I got really bad news for people, and people aren't going to like me here. Every bad president is a good president or a bad president, depending on which topics that you want to talk about. Donald Trump has been historically a terrible president across every topic. Joe Biden was a great president across multiple topics and a fucking shitbird president on a few. Barack Obama was a decent president on a lot of things. He was crackpot crazy on one. He was pretty good on the rest. The Affordable Care Act was one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever seen get passed because it's just a terrible fucking idea. The very thought process, the very idea that you were going to that you were going to fix all of affordable health care. Yeah, the Affordable Care Act was the worst kind of compromise. The absolute worst type of compromise. The problem isn't if you don't get insurance, then we're going to fine you. The problem is asking, why don't more people have insurance? You want people to have health insurance. Then you don't penalize them if they don't. You figure out a way to provide them health care in an affordable way. Why should the federal government be worrying about building clinics or changing healthcare or any of that? Why doesn't the federal government simply say to the states, for every urgent care clinic you build that you fund so that it's affordable for people to go to, the federal government will build and fund a clinic in your state. So if you build 10 urgent care clinics in your state that have max cap rates for treatment and they have in-house antibiotics so that you don't have to go to a pharmacy, you provide the antibiotics for them for the cost. We'll arrange a supply chain for affordable antibiotics. Because really, for the most part, when you go to the urgent care, antibiotics is what you primarily need. Sure, over-the-counter shit is great. You might need painkillers, but truthfully, if you go to the urgent care because you need painkillers, for an incident that's going to require painkillers, you're normally talking about like a broken bone or a deep laceration. And I think that's another problem we have, and this is coming from a former pain pill addict. We prescribe painkillers for shit that people don't need them for, and those painkillers interfere with their ability to get the medical help that they need. We have a problem of physician shortage more than clinic shortage. You're right. Break. A hospital doesn't do the same thing that an urgent care does. And the problem is, the urgent care would alleviate the ER responsibility. I went to the ER when I was sick, and you guys know I hate being sick. I hate hospitals. I had thrown up so much that I was hallucinating. I had driven my dehydration was so low. My hydration was so low. My electrolyte level was so low. I couldn't even get out of the car. The first time I couldn't get out of the car. I was completely fucked. There was a guy in there who was waiting to get his finger stitched up. And he was starting to get mad and pissed off because he needs to get his finger stitched up. But in the ER, you get triage priority. When I came in, critically dehydrated, I go above an ambulatory patient who's got a finger laceration. But if he had gone to an urgent care, the doctor on duty would have stitched him up and sent him out the door. It is better to have one doctor, one nurse, one med tech, one admin person at an urgent care that can rotate the people in. And then, yes, I understand. You've taken a doctor, a nurse, a med tech, and an admin tech out of the ER, and I recognize that. But they're going to be able to clear out cases of all the piddly shit, all the nitnoid stuff. That leaves the ER for the people who actually need an ER. If you don't know this, there are times and dates that you don't go to the ER. Don't go to the ER during football season on Sunday after the local game. I know quite a few people that don't go to urgent care. Yeah, a lot of people can't go to the urgent care. Why can a lot of people not go to the urgent care? They can't go to the urgent care because their insurance doesn't cover it. Their insurance only covers ER visits. So they go to the ER visit and they spend $75 at the ER, but they could have paid $25 in cash or $50 in cash at the urgent care. Yeah, ERs have to treat you eventually. ERs have to treat you eventually, and they can't send you out the door without treatment. But the urgent care will say, we need your billing information. Which is great. Just fucking great. My cousin had a clinic that was a walk-in clinic. She had impaneled patients, but also walk-in. And she said people would walk in. She was right across the street from the hospital. And people would walk in and be like, yeah, I need to be seen. And they'd be like, what's going on? They'd put their hand up and they'd be bleeding. And they'd be like, let's go. Come on right back. Why? Because I don't want you bleeding all over the fucking counter. I love the urgent care. I went to the urgent care, man. I got back at Disney. I got sick. I got hella sick last July at Disney. It was fucking bad. Put it this way. It was so bad. I came out of the restaurant and there was sweat pouring off of me. There was just sweat. I was soaked. And I said, we have a ride scheduled for Remy, and then I'm going back to the hotel. And I had my wife's ID and her credit cards and everything. And I said, I can give you all your stuff. She's like, no, we'll go back to the hotel with you. We'll get you settled in and then we might go do something. Cool, no problem. It just so happened it was a great time to go because that night, once we got back to the hotel, it started raining and pouring and it was just shitty all the way around. But, I got home, I went to the urgent care, and they said you have impetigo and you have COVID. And I was like, holy fuck. That sucks. But I did, when I called my doctor's office was like, yeah, it'll be like 4 days till we can see you. And I was like, well, let me go to the urgent care. $50. $50, that's it. For everything. My tests, my cream, my ointment, my antibiotic for the one. You can't take antibiotics for COVID. It's viral infection. You need antivirals, and you need to be, once you have it, the antivirals don't really do much for you. It's just a shitty world we live in. And the problem is, we can't fix the problem with American medical care if our medical care solution, yeah, they get shit done, which is why I love them. They know that they're not getting any more money. That's why urgent cares are great. And you don't go into an urgent care with like 15 ailments. The urgent care is, what do you need to be seen for today? Like, I'm sick. I don't know what's wrong with me. I have a fever. I'm sweating. Flu-like symptoms, and something's going on with my nose. So they write that down. When you go to a regular doctor, some of these people go to the emergency room and they have like 19 things. And you're like, dude, that's not what, it's not an emergency. Like I sat in the emergency room once with a person who got mad we were there for 7 hours. And I said, you're not gonna be seen. All these fucking people coming in, every time a trauma comes in, you get bumped. And they're like, well, it should be, I've been here for 7 hours. You've been here for 7 hours for something that you could have gotten treated at the urgent care or something that you could take over-the-counter meds for. We've taken your vitals. You're not dehydrated. You've been here for 7 hours and you haven't vomited once. What the fuck are you here for? What the fuck are you here for? When I went to the hospital the second time, because I had just been seen, I was in the back, like, I threw up into their trash can, and it was like coffee grounds. And they were like, how long has this been going on? I was like, this has been going on for 10 days. I was just in the ER on Sunday. And as soon as they heard, hey buddy, come here. Here. The people haven't seen the void in a long time. Come here. Come on. This is one of my, I have 2 voids. This is one of my voids. This is Mischief. I wanted to name him Dipstick. The tip of, oh, I know. You can't get into your girlfriend because you're a bully. Can't let him into his girlfriend. Somebody has to be out and about. He's a dipstick. But, you cannot, yeah, black cats are best in slot. You cannot have free medical care until you teach society how to take care of themselves. And again, I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not trying to be a jerk, and I'm not trying to be terrible. But you can't have those things. 1 second. Sorry, after he jumped on me, I had to go and clean his paws, and then I had to clean myself up because he's a stinky boy. Can't believe I turned out to be a cat person. Grew up with dogs my whole childhood, but damn, I love my cats. I grew up with dogs my whole childhood as well, and I like cats more because they're solitary. Urgent care for me is $50. I don't know what the urgent care near you will be. So in our lifetime, the problem won't be fixed. Education isn't being looked at yet, and with how slow things are and how much fighting, just not going to happen. You're right. You cannot fix 249 years of problem in 1 year. I mean, you could. To be completely honest, you could fix the problems in America if everybody just fixed their own fucking problems. But everybody wants somebody else to fix their problems. Because here, I'll give you my talking point, and you tell me how much this would work. I'm gonna fix the, it will take 2 generations to fix education. It will take 36 years from the day we decide to start fixing education. It will take 36 years to fix education. It can't take less. Because we would need to right now, we would need to we would have to do radical shit to education right now in a painful way to even start to fix the system. And then after we have, so right now today, sorry, I'm gonna type because my hands are killing me. What would I do today to fix education? Number one, school is now year long. Number two, students who are not 80% plus get retained in current year. 3, students who do not read at one grade level of grade level get retained. This is right off the bat. This is right now today. We need to fix these 3 problems. School needs to be year round. Students who are not 80% plus get retained in the current year. And then students who do not read at one grade level within one grade level of grade level get retained. And then school's going to be on Saturdays. Your kid's going to have to come to school on Saturdays because we're going to have to get remedial education. Yeah, but see, that's the, well, yeah, 1 year deficient. If you're 1 year ahead, you're great. We also need to make the switch to the Montessori system. We also need to start looking at teachers. And again, we need to test our teachers. If you suck, don't get into a good high school. Yeah. The problem becomes, we wonder why our kids can't, read and our kids can't write. Because our teachers can't read. So, how or why are people not shamed for being genuinely more dumb? Sweeza, I am glad somebody has finally asked me the question nearest and dearest to my heart. The problem here is that what we have is a society that subscribes to a philosophy that looks a lot like this. We live in a society, well, we live in a time where smart people are being silenced, so stupid people won't be offended. I do this show. Admitting you are dumb isn't a good look. Admitting you're dumb is not a good look. No, it's not. But opening your mouth when you're dumb and letting everybody know that you're dumb is even worse. There's a quote. There is a quote that says, "Better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt." You will always know when a dumb person is around. Because a dumb person is going to say an awful lot of dumb shit. It's why the only way I will ever grow to a couple of hundred viewers again, and then beyond that, is if I collect all the smart people on Twitch, or all the people who want to be smart. It's like the guy earlier, he wants to call me a genius, but he misquoted the quote, which is why I didn't recognize the quote, because I assumed that was his definition, because he said, word is. Being taught what is, not being taught what dumb is, you don't know you're dumb. I have to do it. I'm sorry. I have to. I had to. I was contractually obligated. The problem is, I don't think dumb people should be shunned, though. I generally think if handled right, they can learn something. I don't. The YouTube comment, I don't. And here's why I don't. Here's why I really don't. Every day on my show, there's a difference between dumb and ignorant. There is a difference between dumb and ignorant. Dumb is that you know you're ignorant and you double down on it. Uneducated means somebody failed you. But why? How or why are people not shamed more for genuinely being dumb? Because 54% of people in America are at the 6th grade level of reading. And if your reading level is at 6th grade, it literally blocks you from being able to read higher level material. You cannot tell me that you read the Bible and you understand it and all the interpretations if you read at the 6th grade level. Because original translation Bibles are on par with 11th to 12th grade reading comprehension level. I do not want to hear from you that you understand the Constitution if you only read at the 6th grade level, because the Constitution is written at the 11th to 12th grade level and the Federalist Papers are written at the postgraduate level because they were written by some really hoity-toity, affluent, educated motherfuckers. I'm pretty dumb and you have fixed my opinion on a few things. The problem is you're not dumb, though. I'm gonna address what you said because I think it's a really important thing. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. Everyone is entitled to an opinion. And we have to remember a universal fact about opinions. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one and they all stink. The truth is, your earlier comment about Walmart today wasn't dumb. And it wasn't ignorant. It was misinformed. You'd been told something that's been repeated over and over and over again, and I was even able to tell you I knew what you were talking about because I hear the Walmart example all the fucking time, and I was like, that's not their net profit. Revenue, gross revenue minus cost equals net revenue. Net revenue minus OPEX equals net profit. People always want to talk about how Amazon had $117 million in profit. Yeah, gross profit. What was their net profit? Minus costs. What was their net retained profit? 21 billion. Could Walmart afford to give every employee another $1 an hour? Yes, they could. Walmart would then very quickly find they would be getting a higher quality of employee, because if you could give every employee $1 more, you could be more selective. Yeah, if I didn't take the time to show you, you would never have learned. Most people wouldn't have shown that and just wrote me off, which is why my show is so painful to do sometimes, because I try not to give up on people. I try to make sure I walk through, but people don't want to be walked through. See, people don't come to Twitch or YouTube or Kick to be taught. They come to be validated. Why does Asmongold have a huge following? Some people want to go there just to argue with him. Some people want to go there to have a parasocial relationship with him. But Asmongold speaks to the masses. Asmongold has a lot of to the masses points. Asmongold also has a lot of followers because just like Andrew Tate has a lot of followers. People are hoping to become the next Asmongold by watching him. If it's true that Asmongold is paying 7 figures in taxes every quarter, that man has some serious fucking income. Yeah, a lot of people see themselves in him. He grew up poor. I grew up poor. I don't see a lot of myself in Asmongold. I see a lot of what I could have been in Asmongold. And also, I bet there are many people that fight you to be to the end just to keep face. I don't mind working through my shame. I bet you have taught more people than you think. They just don't admit it. I have. And that's a good thing. The problem is when people come at me and they want to be ignorant, racist, bigot, homophobic, transphobic, there's no point because you're looking for external validation. You're not looking for education. I'm wrong on some things, and I'll be the first to admit I'm wrong on some people. It was like last night. I did 6 hours of Ashes of Creation analysis. And about once an hour, somebody would jump on my shit and say, I can't believe you're defending Rob Dawson. And once an hour, I would have to say, I am not defending Rob Dawson. I think Rob Dawson and Aaron Bartels and Steven Sharif are all pieces of shit for what they did to their employees or what they recommended be done to the employees. I think all those people are pieces of shit. I don't think Jason Karamanis is a piece of shit for that piece because he wasn't involved in that piece. He's not on the board. He's an investor. He's not on the board. I think some of the things that Jason Karamanis said to Steven Sharif are unacceptable. But I recognize his frustration and anger. But at once an hour, every hour, I would say, because it took me a while to get to the points where Rob Dawson did something bona fidely wrong. People were like, I can't believe you're defending Robert Dawson. I'm defending the legitimacy of a court case. I believe T. Muffin was Steven Sharif. I believe T. Muffin was Steven Sharif. 1 day old account, came in here, said I watched you before, which means they were banned or they didn't want to be here on their Steven Sharif account. I personally believe T. Muffins was Steven Sharif. I would love for there to be a warrant and a subpoena to find out the IP address and the owner of that account. I would absolutely love it. Because that person talked a lot about, that person behaved a lot of the same way Steven Sharif behaves, acted a lot the way Steven Sharif behaves, and the account was 1 day old. The truth is, there aren't very many, and this isn't an egotistical statement, this is just a straight reality. There aren't many people who, there are not many people who could have done what I did on Sunday evening going into Monday. 17 straight hours of recategorizing 9 years of business, $197 million of inflow and outflow. And I did it all. I had to do it all in one sitting because of how my brain was doing the data. I don't think there's very many people who could have balanced that book back to the penny 3 different times, 3 different ways, 3 different analysis checks to make sure it lined up. There's a lot of people that could have done it in the span of a week. There's a lot of people that could have done it in the span of several days. I don't think there's a lot of people walking the planet who could have done it in one night. That's not a brag. That's not a boast. My neurodivergence gives me a keen insight into numbers. Not math like Fei Lin is, just numbers. I like numbers. Oh, dude, by the end of that, working on it, my wife and I were debating whether or not I needed to go and be sedated because my brain was just active. I laid down and I said, if I can't fall asleep within an hour, I'm gonna have to go be sedated. Yeah, what I said is, you have a love of numbers different than my love of numbers. You like advanced math. I don't gravitate towards advanced math. I gravitate towards accounting spreadsheets. Give me that shit. Give me that shit all day long. Everybody has things they're good at. I would never like if somebody says to me, how do you do what you do? I would say, I don't know. I just do it. Yeah, some people like to watch the football game. I love a spreadsheet. Give me a spreadsheet and a soda. Tell me to balance it, and I'll have a great time. You want me to find where you're losing money, bleeding money, where money's missing? I'll do that shit for fun. Like, you know that old joke where you have a math test? You got to take a math test at home, and you're like, your Asian friend comes over, and your Asian friend is standing next to your computer watching you do the math test, and your Asian friend is like, no, just get out of my way. Your Asian friend sits down, cracked their knuckles. This shit is easy. I got you B+. You're too stupid, get A. Now let's go get stir fry. I'm surprised you didn't disappear to Disney for a week after yesterday. I'm going to Disney next month. For those of you that are aware, I have a health condition. I have my because I'm going to be ending the show here in a minute as we wind down. I have a health condition. My injections have had to be reduced because of toxic buildup due to the injections. The problem is that the injections weren't strong enough to deal with the pain, but now I've got to titrate down off of my injection strength, and they're going to try to find a different drug to stick me with because I have to make some difficult choices here. The difficult choice is, do I want pain in my hands and my feet, or do I want to destroy my liver? Because my liver is no longer able to process the binding agent that's in the injection. So I've had to reduce my injection strength by 25%. I'm not happy about that, but why the fuck are people blowing me the fuck up? What? Hold on, I'm so confused. Let's see. Yeah, no, fuck you. See, this is what I'm saying. Fuck you. I don't jam to this. This is not fun. This is what he's taking all crazy ass fucking math. This is what he's working on. Some people may love this shit. Some people may love this. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. I could learn it if I loved it. Yeah, which war exactly? Depending on how long Jay is at Disney, all of them. So I got bad news for you fucks. I'm going to Disney in June. I'm going to Disney in May. I'm going to Disney in June. I'm going to Disney in August. I'm going to Universal in October. I might be going to Disney again in December because I'm trying to hit all the holidays, all the special holiday events. Because at the end of this year, if I lose my feet, I'm not going to go to Disney until I get my prosthetics. But I might lose my feet. My feet are still in jeopardy. My hands are stabilized. But my feet, on the other hand, I had that injury to my foot and it wasn't healing very well. So the damage to my feet is pretty extensive. No, I don't live in Florida. I'm moving to Florida. I'm driving down to Florida, and then my family is flying for this year and this year alone. Because I want to build. I went with my daughter for her 13th birthday, and then the next time I'm taking my 20-year-old and my 13-year-old, and then I'm taking just the 13-year-old because she was down one incentive trip and she's like, well, we have season passes this year to Disney. Can we go? I said, yeah. In October, I'm taking my two daughters to Halloween Horror Nights. which will be fun because it'll be the first time they go together. And then if I lose my feet, I'll keep streaming once I can get to and from the bathroom and to and from the computer. I'll keep streaming if I lose my feet. But no, I will never do an IRL stream from Disney because you're not allowed to. You're not supposed to. People get away with it, but when I'm at Disney, that's when I retreat out of being Jay and I be a person. As far as all the wars, yeah, we're looking at World War I, World War II, World War VII, World War XIX. It's all going to be ugly. Can I give a ballpark cost for Disney trips? Just curious how much it would be. Okay, I can't give you a ballpark number, Quantum, and here's why. I get military discount tickets, so I get, well, hold on. I can price you out a Disney trip. Hold on. I can do that real quick. I can do this. How many people? How many people are we talking? Yeah, I get ITT tickets, Morale, MWR. If you can get those, it changes it. But how many days, how many people? 2 people. How many days? Watch this. I'm gonna plan this guy his whole fucking trip. 7. So 7 days. We're gonna bang this out. So gonna do August because that would be the time I would send you. And you wanted to do 10 days. 1 park per day, park hopper option. So for 2 people, 7 days, your tickets alone would be $711.42. You could do it as cheap as $626.42 if you didn't want park hoppers, which might be a better option if you were going for 7 days. You might not want park hoppers. You just do each park 1 day and don't do other parks, and that saves you significantly. Now, this was slated to start on August 14th. So then we're going to no, that's per ticket. That's per ticket. That's not combined. That's each ticket. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. We got times that by 2 still. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna check in on August 14th, and we're gonna check out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Checking out on the 22nd. 2 adults. Fine resorts. We're gonna put you at the Art of Animation because that's a nice hotel. And then we'll put you in the Little Mermaid room. So the room, the total price, $3,611.98. 2 people at Disney, and that's for park tickets and resort. So you're looking at about $4,500. By the time you add in food, about $900 on food. Yeah. Now, again, like I tell people, Yeah, probably don't need 7 days of tickets. That's the other thing. He threw out the numbers. That rate, 7 days at Disney is going to be crazy. Disney, if you're 2 people, you probably want to do 4 days, maybe 5, at the parks. If you go in August, in those 2 weeks, the population is really low, so you're going to get on everything in 1 day. But yeah, 2 people, about $4,000. And then you're going to have your meals and stuff. 3 days is not enough. You need 1 day. You need 1 day at every park. If you go to Disney, you need 1 day at every park. You need 1 day at Animal Kingdom, 1 day at Magic Kingdom, 1 day at Epcot, 1 day at Hollywood Studios. And then if you're going to go to Florida, there's some conversations on whether or not you want to do some other things down in Florida, like Universal Studios for a day. I go down, the only reason why I'm going down so much this year is because I have season passes. With that said, though, my voice is pretty raw. I did do a 6-hour show yesterday. I'm at 4 today, and I got to do a show tomorrow. So I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go eat a steak. I'm going to get some stuff done. I will see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?